Time to set the stage with the lights off. Let the little nigga breathe till the fight's lost. You ain't never like the room with the bright sauce. Hail Mary, they despise what the light brought. Let them roach niggas bleed if they can't see. sa.neter TV, what you can't be. They say that murder on my mind, now they can't breathe. Take a picture of the crew, that's your last peep. Oh, and need me your love, yeah, that's just me. Keep them jumping like some frogs, so they might be leave when the sun set. And they don't really wanna bleed from the gunplay. And like mine, niggas smoking weed on the one-way street, nigga. Yeah, we see we outside with it. Pull up to the base like we might be with it on guard. Side these niggas like bullshit and they fraud. Let me chop them down with the sword. Walk them down like they live hard. This the toughest you gon' be in, we too hard. And you don't really want that smoke, my G. sa.neter TV, this the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in, toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in, toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in, toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in, toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in, toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Keep that off your lip before you get flipped. We got sources over here, we don't just spit. Too many bosses over here, y'all just legit. Put them niggas in the game, let them get real. Don't even step unless you come in with that scholarship. That economic tip, gotta make a dollar flip. And I might be next, I don't give a damn, the truth rolling with me, so I'm feeling like the son of man. Too many gon' hate, gotta make a stand. I'm just trying to duck the lake, you don't understand. Read them when I greet them, that's my best plan. Head first shit, I'm just saying. Nigga meet me in LA, oh you just playing. Too many be fake, what the base saying. So I tell them they don't want no smoke before they end up in the newspaper next day. Smoke, this the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. And this is it right here. The toughest you gon' ever be in. You wasn't conscious before us. Y'all niggas was asleep. We woke the sleeping giant. We did it. sa.neter TV. So stay your ass in your little bitty box where you feel safe. Cause there's motherfucking monsters over here. Real monsters.
Peace and Pan-Africanism to Brother Herman Smalls in the toughest environment you can be in. All right, family. All right, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. This is it, man. All the tough talk, go out the window. Let me bring the brothers in the building. They are here. All right, I already see I got Tazaryach name spelled wrong. I left out the Y. Right, Captain?
Yeah. You know, if you go to YouTube Studio, you can actually change it while it's live. If you go on your YouTube channel and if you click your name and then go to view channel, then if you click your name and go to YouTube Studio, and you click the live.
I know how to do it, brother.
I forgot who I was talking to. I forgot who I was talking to. My bad. Because you're right.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so family, the day is the day, man. The topic, y'all already see what the topic is. Allah, is Allah the same God as Yahawah?
Yahawah.
according to the Bible and Quran. Y'all already see what it is. We got brother Khalil Shabazz in the building. Shout out to him. FOI, a true follower and believer of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Make no mistake about that. And then, of course, we got Captain Tazaryach, the captain, the man of Harlem, of
the earth. Of the earth,
y'all, of the earth, he claims. And this will be a respectful debate. Brothers, I ask you, there will be no profanity, of course. I know my brother don't use profanity. And there will be no slander, no calling each other names. This is not a kiddie debate. This is the toughest environment to be in. And both brothers will respect each other's time. And you cannot speak on each other's time. Even if you say something that you disagree with, you would just have to wait until it's your time to address it. We're going to have three 10-minute rounds. There's going to be 3 10-minute rounds. The opening round would be 2 minutes to let the people know what it is. Why are you here to prove? So the first, second, and third will be 10 minutes. And then after that, we will have a Q&A. You will be able to ask each other, excuse me, you will be able to ask each other 3 questions. In closing, well, minutes. Are there any questions, brothers?
Yeah, can we have a 3-minute opening?
Say that again?
Can the opening be 3 minutes instead of 2 minutes?
Yes. All right. I'll give y'all the 3 minutes. No problem. You can have a 3-minute opening. Are there any questions, Brother Shabazz?
No, sir. No question.
Okay. You are up first. You go first in this debate here. And the time will start. Your opening round will start when you start speaking, brother. I want y'all to know I have no friends. I'll be fair with both brothers. And we will put up a poll and let the people judge the debate on their own. This is where the people participate, and the people are going to be fair as well. So
I do. So I have 3 minutes to open my 3-minute opening.
Yes, you can use your whole 3 minutes, or you can yield. It don't matter. It's up to you. Whatever you do with your time is on you. The time will start when you start speaking.
Well, if I'm gonna do an introduction, my purpose for being here is I really want Israel united in Christ. I gotta let that be known, but they keep ducking. So since Tazaryach seemed like he willing, I'll debate him. Because those of us in the Nation of Islam, we don't know Allah because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was reading a book. He was sitting reading the Holy Qa'ran or the Bible. We know Allah because he came himself and made himself known. So that's the huge difference between me and Tazaryach and the rest of these Israelites. They are what you call spook worshipers. They believe in a God that only exists in their mind. Because when you believe in a spook, there's no rules to a spook. You can believe that Jesus rode a cloud into heaven. That's spook belief. You can believe that Moses stuck a rod in some water and parted millions of gallons of water, and underneath the water, the ground was dry. You can believe that Jesus rose from the dead. That's spook belief. But the difference between us and Tazaryach, and the reason why we know that Allah is God, is because he's a real life God that came to a real life city. He raised a real life messenger, and his messenger resurrected a real life dead people. So when Tazaryach talks about Yahawah, he never saw Yahawah. He don't know nobody who saw Yahawah. So he just gonna tell you a whole lot of spookism. So that's my introduction.
All right, you got a whole minute left. So you healing on your time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm new to the debate scene, so you know, this is my first one.
All right. Let me just give you a little advice. We're gonna move on over to Captain Tazaryach. You want to be able to use every time you got, even if once you open up and you might want to get something out, that's your opportunity to get it all out. It ain't got to be the same topic because you already said that, but you can probably run to something else and get it out. Anyway, Captain, time will start, brother, when you're ready, when you start speaking. Hey, and one more thing. Leave our brother Moses alone. Let him write. Let him get it in, y'all. Let him get it in. Let's not be trigger happy on the people. Let them write, long as they don't disrespect the guests or us or you, our moderators. Go ahead, Captain. Time will start when you're ready.
Hey, you don't want to give him an option to use his minute that he needed.
No, he healed already. He healed.
Oh, because he it's such an amateur mood. I didn't know if you wanted to give him that or not. I guess my only other question can I share my screen in my 3 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so before I speak, I just want to share my screen. So I'm going to share, and then I just want you to make sure we can hear what I'm going to show. All right.
All right. Yeah, as you're getting ready, shout out to New Torah Movement. Make sure y'all subscribe to my brother. He be getting it in over there. When people come at the Israelites, he go over there and set it straight. I was watching him yesterday. He ain't know I was watching, but I was in the building. Shout out to my brother.
Hold on one second. I'm just trying to pull this down.
Oh, and of course, shout out to KOT, my songwriter. Shout out to KOT. Let's go, Captain.
All right, so let me see. I just want to, because sometimes when you share in a window, it doesn't work as fluid when you're trying to get the audio, and I just want to make sure the audio is played. So we're going to do entire screen. Okay, so I'm going to play this audio right here. Can you just tell me if you can hear this?
Bible. You want to start over?
No. Yeah, I'm gonna start it over. I'm gonna play this. You can start my time.
Share your screen.
Wait, yeah, I need to share the screen because I'm gonna play it. You said you could hear it, right?
Yes, I could hear it. We could hear it.
All right, no sweat. So you can start my time now. The reason why I asked for 3 minutes because this is 2 minutes and 9 seconds, and I want to get this out.
All right, time start when you press play on your button.
Okay. No. I was gonna do a build up before I press play, so I don't want to disrespect it. So when I start talking now, you can start my time.
Yes, exactly.
Right. It's interesting. He said Far Muhammad, who people argue as a white man, is who he calls Allah, because according to according to Elijah Muhammad, the first Muslim was a white man. The founder of the Muhammad was a white man. Let's hear it, and let's hear what Farrakhan says.
I am Elijah of your Bible. I'm your Muhammad of your Holy Quran.
Now, I also want to point out when he tried to say we believe in these other people or prophets, his so-called leaders believe in our prophets too.
Not the Muhammad that was here near 1,400 years ago. I am the one that the Holy Quran is referring to. The Muhammad that was here 1,400 years ago was a white man.
You heard what he said? The Muhammad of
1,400 years ago was a white man.
Muhammad 1,400 years ago was a white man, so they teach that Muhammad is a white man. You need two witnesses. I guess you got to have two witnesses when we're going through with it. So let's see if there's another witness that comes, because this is how you know that the God of the Bible and the God of the Quran are not the same.
But then Muhammad was born. Bear with me. Muhammad was born in Arabia. Now, what many of you may not know, Muhammad was a white person. But he was the best.
He was the best
race ever produced.
The best that the race ever produced.
Sign of a man who held his nature in perfect.
That white man held his nature in perfect will of God. There, Muhammad.
Muhammad ibn Abdullah.
Muhammad ibn Abdullah.
The most noble of men.
The most noble of men was a white man.
For men,
it broke his heart.
When he couldn't convert
the Europeans. So when he couldn't convert other white people,
Muhammad
you know who
wanted
he got
use
to? You know who he ran to? Niggas. This is not in the Bible. He's gonna have to show that this is in the Bible. And that's what we're gonna get into. So Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan said that the original first prophet Muhammad was a white man. That's why they can accept Fard. How much time I got left? Did I do that right?
You have 15 seconds left.
Oh, 15 seconds. So how are we going to follow them when they leading us right to the white man that they say is the devil? But I guess this one white man was so perfect in form with the God.
Time.
I'm ready to rock and roll.
Time. All right, my brother Shabazz. You up, brother. You up. You got your first 10 minutes. Time will start when you're ready.
Okay, I want to present my screen.
Yes, time will start when you're ready, brother. Let me know.
Okay, hold on.
You remember how to do it, right?
Present screen.
Yep,
And then share screen.
exactly.
Okay. There we go. Okay, share. So
All right, I see you. I see it. Yep. I'm trying to share it.
Okay.
It's not sharing though. It's
It's
not.
not?
Oh, hold on. Let me remove that first. There you go.
Okay.
All right, your screen is up.
So the first problem that Tazaryach is having is Tazaryach, he believes or he doesn't know that the white man wrote the Bible to hide the truth from the black man. So one of the ways that the white man hides the truth from the black man is that he makes a concept when Moses met with Jehovah. Jehovah said, according to the Bible, which is a lie added in by the Jews, he says, I am the God of thy fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. That is a lie that was added in by Jews. The Holy Qa'ran corrects that lie. When you go to the Holy Qa'ran, chapter 28, verse 30, this is what the Holy Qa'ran corrects the story of Moses. When Allah speaks to Moses, he don't say, I'm the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He says, I am the Lord of the worlds. Because Allah is just as much the God over the wicked as he is the God over the righteous. He is just as much God over the ant as he is the God over the eagle. He is just as much God over the atom as he is the God over the sun. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that Allah gives the devil mercy. He says Allah gives the devil right guidance. Because the difference between Allah and this spook that Tazaryach believe in, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that even the wicked will not have an excuse against Allah. He said because he gives the devil or the wicked right guidance. The same right guidance that he gives to the righteous, he gives to the wicked. The same mercy that he gives to the righteous, he gives to the wicked. So Allah will be justified in destroying the wicked. Because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that if Allah was like how Tazaryach believed Allah is, then the wicked will have an excuse or an argument with Allah and say, if you would have did us like you do them, we would have been good. So the messenger says that Allah is the most merciful and he's a just God. So the wicked won't even have an excuse against Allah. They will have no excuse because the same rules, the same laws, the same everything that he gives to the righteous, he gives to the wicked because Allah is the Lord of the worlds. Now let's continue on. Because another mistake that Tazaryach makes, because he's a spook worshiper, he continues to talk about Prophet Muhammad. He talks about Prophet Muhammad, which lives 1400 years ago. And this is what spook worshipers do. They talk about something that they never seen, something that nobody else never seen, so they can give their opinion about it. But Allah being righteous and just, this is what he says in his Holy Quran. This is chapter 14, verse 4. It says, and we send no messenger, but with the language of his people, so that he might explain to them clearly. Then Allah leaves in error whom he pleases, and he guides whom he pleases, and he is the mighty, the wise. So since Tazaryach lives in America, Allah noted Tazaryach is a disbeliever. He believed in a spook. So the messenger says that Allah leaves the spook worshipers and the disbelievers with no excuse. So Allah tells Tazaryach, we send no messenger but with the language of his people. So if Allah wants Tazaryach to know who he is, he don't let or allow or leave Tazaryach to read about a story about Prophet Muhammad of 1400 years ago. Because why should Tazaryach care if Prophet Muhammad was white or black? What does that have to do with you? Prophet Muhammad lived 1400 years ago. He was raised up for the Arabs to teach them Allah's laws clearly. But Tazaryach had a messenger raised up for him who would give him Allah's messages clearly so that Tazaryach would not have an excuse. So Allah raised up a messenger that speaks Tazaryach's language. And language don't only mean he gonna raise somebody up to speak English. Language also means your culture. Because the black man speaks English like the white man, but we don't talk the same. The black man say, we finna go to the store. So if Allah wants the black man to learn his messages clearly, he's going to send him a black man to say, I'm finna go to the store too. A black man with the language of his people so that he can explain to them clearly. Then another mistake that Tazaryach makes. He continues to want to talk about the Arabs because he believes, like the Bible says, that the white man wrote to hide the truth from him. It says, I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So Tazaryach used that same misunderstanding to judge Allah. But Allah is the Lord of the worlds. He raises up a messenger with the language of his people. And Allah also knows, he says to every nation, we appoint acts of devotion. Because we differ from the Arabs. We're not Arab people. So Allah, since we was robbed of a knowledge of self here in America, Allah's not going to send an Arab. Because Allah knows that an Arab don't speak our language. An Arab has different acts of devotion. Because we have many Arab Muslims in Detroit. Arab Muslims don't eat pork. But Arab Muslims will sell pork to the black man. That's what a lot of Arab Muslims, they eat halal. But they'll sell pork to the black. They'll sell lottery tickets. But Allah raised up a messenger for that people so that he can speak clearly to them his messages so they won't have an excuse.
2 minutes.
So Allah raised up for us the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And acts of devotion means, well, let's just skip and get to the next point. My next point is that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because we talking about the God of the Bible, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad fits Moses so much that we call the Honorable Elijah Muhammad the modern Moses. Because just like with Moses, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't speak eloquently. Just like Moses, he served the people in slavery for 400 years. Just like Moses, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had to have representatives like he had Aaron. And just like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad or Moses spoke to God face to face, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad spoke to Allah face to face. So we call the Honorable Elijah Muhammad the modern Moses, because we understand that Jehovah in the Bible represents Allah. But the white man wrote the Bible to hide the truth from the black man. So we see the similarities of Moses, and we see how those similarities fit the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So we understand that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is a modern Moses. And just like with Moses, when he died, Allah or Jehovah told the people, or Joshua, that he knew nobody else face to face like he knew Moses. So even though Joshua was a prophet, all Joshua could do was tell the people what Moses taught him.
Time. Save that for your next round. You want to leave it right there. Okay, Captain Tazaryach, are you locked and loaded? Are you ready?
Yeah, you might want to give him did he start yet?
Yeah. Do you want to go 15 minutes, Captain, or just keep it at the 10?
The 10 is fine. I mean,
okay. Okay. I know y'all got a lot of information, brother. So
it ain't really a lot of information.
You ready? Your screen is sharing, Captain?
Yeah. Yes, I am gonna share my screen.
Let me know when you're ready, Cap.
I'm gonna, and now I want to share my screen and play a video, and then I want to pause it and then share my PowerPoint that I have as well.
All right. So you want to share your screen?
Video right. So I'm gonna share my screen and play the video. I'm gonna stop the video, then I'm gonna stop the share and then share my PowerPoint that I have. Okay.
Okay. All right.
No sweat. So when I'm share. Oh, you got it there. So let me see if I slide this over. Just tell me if you can hear this. When I slide this, so I'm gonna slide this over, and then you tell me if you can hear this or not. Can you hear this?
No, I can't hear it.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop. Let me try to stop sharing. Let me do it this way.
Share with sound. Remember, share with sound.
Yeah. So let me stop sharing my screen. Let me present, share screen. I want to show y'all what a schizophrenic person is. This brother's schizophrenic. All right, I'm gonna share now, and I'm just gonna play a little bit of it. You tell me if you can hear it.
I couldn't believe that his
I can hear it. I can hear it.
All right, so you can start my time. I'm gonna talk now. But now before you start it, I'm gonna play this part, stop it, and go to my PowerPoint. I just want to play this. So you can start it. Yeah, thank you. This is what schizophrenia is. This man said the white man tampered with the Bible, but they see similarities between Moses and his Elijah. So do you only see similarities when it benefits you, or did the white man tamper? Because if somebody tampered with something and then you picking pieces that you say is legit, then how could you say that he tampered with it when you believe the tampering? So now when he say that, he also made a point to say that the Allah would have to give them a God or a prophet that looked like them. That's why they got Muhammad. But this is what Elijah Muhammad's son said.
Believe that he was God, then I could believe that his teacher was God, because his teacher was a white man, and he said white people were devils.
I'm gonna stop. That's all I need. I don't need no more than that. Let me go ahead and stop that. Let me go ahead and stop that. And now let me reshare the screen to my PowerPoint. Now I'm gonna share the screen. I'm gonna share the entire screen over here. Boom. So you should see my screen now, right? All right. So now you can resume my time. And so now we got Elijah Muhammad, their founder of the Nation of Islam, saying the first Muslim was white. You got Farrakhan saying that was the best white man. Then him saying we can't go with the Bible because the Bible is tampered with. But then he also says that they see similarities between Moses and Elijah. They trust the white man. They trust the white man when it benefits them to trust the white man. They trust the white man. They listen to the white man. He said that was the best white man that they could have. The subject of this debate is Allah and Yahawah. Some people may say Jehovah. Allah and Yahawah, are they the same according to the Bible and the Quran? As I did in my presentation, I will do now. So I don't see the my power. I see us on the screen, not my PowerPoint. Slock it. There we go. So now when you see, first, I want to get right to it. Can you beat your wife in the Quran? Yes, you can. Muhammad said, Surah 4:34, men are protectors and maintainers of women because Allah has given one more strength than the other and because they support them from their means. Therefore, the righteous women are devoutly obedient. Now, it says, as to the women on whose part ye fear disloyalty, ill conduct, admonish them first, next refuse their bed, and last you beat them. Good night. So if you follow the Quran and your woman get out of line and say deny her that rod, when half the time the rod is the medicine. The rod is the medicine that the woman need, but the Quran say deny her the rod. Then it says you can beat her lightly. In the Bible, if you find some uncleanness in her, in Deuteronomy 24:1, you could actually just divorce her. Why go through the violent nature that can come across from hitting a woman? I just don't know what woman is going to let you beat them lightly. Then in Ephesians, it says, wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands as unto the Lord. This is harmony, because then it says, for the husband is the head of the wife, Christ is the head of the church, and he is the savior of the body. Husbands, love your wives, even as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for it. So our real prophet, Jesus Christ, said that the wife submits, the husband submits, you love each other, you come together. The Quran says if you fear disloyalty, eventually you could beat them if they get out of line. This cannot be the same God. Again, so we got the name is different. You can beat your wife. I done already shown they love white people. I done played it. Let's go to the next slide. Let's see what else is saying here. This is the next one. Is Allah and Yahawah the name the same? Psalms 83:18 says that many may know that thou whose name is Jehovah, we would say Yahawah, art the most high over all the earth. You're not going to see Yahawah in the Quran. You're going to see Allah in the Quran. That's not his name. As far as a prophet, even if so history says that Muhammad was an Arab or Ishmaelite. The Muslims say, the black Muslims say that Muhammad was a white man. Both of them are disqualified from the Bible. Remember, he has to show that the Bible and the Quran is the same God. I'm saying that they're not. So now he has to show, because in our book, it says the only prophets we can have is one of our own people. We can't have a prophet of black people that's not black, that does not come from the 12 lost tribes of the children of Israel. Deuteronomy 18 says, I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, not another race, not some white man that Farrakhan said was the best white man. That's what Farrakhan said. Muhammad was the best white man. And that the other white men rejected Islam. And so, of course, their rejection, now he comes to the niggas and say, yeah, y'all take this religion. And what did black people do? Follow behind another white man's religion. What he don't even realize he's saying is that this is a white man's religion. Because if Muhammad was white and you can have black prophets, but your founder is white, that's a white man's religion by the FOI and NOI's position. The Arabs would disagree with this. Galatians 1:6 says, I marvel that ye are so soon removed from him that called you into grace unto another gospel. Verse 8, but though we or an angel from heaven preach any other gospel unto you than that which we have preached unto you, let him be accursed. So you can't bring a different God to us. You can't, in that dude's hat, Khalil's hat, I believe he has a moon in there. There's a moon in his hat. There's a star in his hat. You show me in the Bible where we can worship the moon, where we can worship a moon god, where we can have a moon idol, where we can have that crescent star. You show me that in the Bible, and then you can tell me that the God of the Bible and the God of the Quran is the same. Because in our book, we can't have no graven images. That's the first commandment. The first commandment, Exodus 20, says, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Verse 4, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is the heaven above, or that is the earth beneath, or that is under the water or earth for worship. And that moon is because they worship that moon. They're going to tell you it's a woman. They're going to tell you the star is the kid. They're going to tell you the sun is the man, or whatever nonsense, 5% of nonsense they're going to make up. But that's not in the Bible. He has to show that that's in the Bible. That's the argument here. Even what I'm saying about the white man part, that's cool, but it's only cool for me because the Israelites can't follow white people. Israelites can't follow Arabs. Israelites can only follow Israelites. That's the only criteria that Moses laid out that he loves. You'll notice if I was to pull every single speaker of the Nation of Islam, they always quoted this prophets that he said we believed in that wasn't real. We believe in some spook god. But Malcolm, Ezekiel, Farrakhan, the Bible. He just referenced the Bible. He did more referencing of his leader to a man in my book than he did in his book. He gave Muhammad to a white man. Just think about that. He made his leader subjected to a white man in his own book. Let me see if I go to the next one. How much time I got? Oh, look like Sa stepped away. Then it says, is salvation through Christ? Or,
2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Appreciate it. Is salvation through Christ or salvation through Muhammad? He has to show the change. So in the Bible, it says God's only begotten son is Christ and Israel. Christ in the heavens, Israel on earth. John 3:16 says, for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. But when you go to the Quran, it says salvation is through Muhammad as Allah's prophet. So we got a conundrum here. Whose God is telling the truth? Either Allah's telling the truth, or the Yahawah is telling the truth, or maybe they're just two different gods with their own prophets. And that's what we have to realize in 2025. We have lived a lie long enough. The lie that we have lived is that the Quran and the Bible are the same God. That is an absolute lie. An absolute lie. Every prophet in the Bible has been the same race, Israelites. By his and his father's belief system, that race has changed. It's been white, it's been Arab, and now it's black. That's not in that's not in the Bible. Then it says, in the Quran, they say that Christ wasn't crucified. Surah 4:157 says that, but they neither killed nor crucified him. It was only made to appear so. Even those who argue for this crucifixion are in doubt. That's not in the Bible. Luke 24:4-6 says, he is not here, but is risen. Remember how he spake unto you when you was in Galilee, saying, the Son of Man must be delivered into the hands of sinful men, crucified, and the third day rise again. The Bible and the Quran do not agree with each other at all. And he has to prove that they do.
Time. All right. We have completed the first round. Powerful round from both of you brothers. Powerful round. All right. My brother Khalil, Shabazz, time will start when you are ready. I see your PowerPoint is up. You could continue from wherever you want to start at, my brother.
So just to touch on.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Time starts.
Noah was not an Israelite. Allah sent Noah to his people with the language of his people. Enoch was not an Israelite. Even to show how just Allah is, Allah sent Jonah to Nineveh. Nineveh was the enemies to the Israelites, and Jonah was an Israelite. He didn't want to go to Nineveh, but Allah still sent him to Nineveh. Then Nineveh accepted Allah. So Allah sends prophets and messengers to all the people. When we talking about Allah, because we want to show, since he said that we don't use our book, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is prophesied in both books, Bible and Holy Quran. And an actual fact that I want to make, we the ones who really showed Tazaryach them about the Bible. Just a quick point. When you look at Abba Bivens, because today Tazaryach telling us about Yahawah. Abba Bivens used to worship or practice Judaism no different than a white Jew. You see, he got a Torah. He didn't believe in the God of the Bible until they heard the Muslims. That's just a quick point. But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is prophesied in both Bible and Holy Quran. Now let's look at the Holy Quran and see where the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is prophesied. First, we gonna go to Malcolm X. This is Malcolm X in a university teaching how the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is prophesied from both Bible and Quran. This is how the Israelites learned the Bible. They wasn't nowhere around in the 60s, the 50s, the 30s, and the 40s. So it says in the Holy Quran, it says, "He it is who raised from among the illiterates a messenger from among themselves, who recites to them the book and the wisdom, although they were before in manifest error." This is Holy Quran 62, verse 2. Then the second prophecy of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He says also, "Those who follow the messenger prophet, the illiterate one, whom they find in the Torah and gospel, he enjoins them good, forbids them evil, and makes lawful to them good things, and profits for them impure things, and remove from them their burdens and shackles which were once on them. So those who believe in him and help him, those will be the successful." So let's go on, because we want to just skip straight to the point to show how this is a prophecy of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So we want to look at how the white man saw the messenger. They said when they saw the messenger, they said, "Elijah Muhammad, builder of a nation." Because Allah did not have us look at Prophet Muhammad, who lived 1400 years ago. He sent us a messenger from among ourselves. Just like Allah sent Moses to his people, Allah sent the messenger to us. And he said in the Holy Quran, those who follow the messenger would be successful. So this is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. It says, "Elijah Muhammad, builder of a nation." Then we can go to an individual city of the messenger. It says, "Muslims build own nation." It says, "Sparkling clean Muslim shops, markets, restaurants, and bakeries are scattered throughout Detroit, but the largest single cluster is on Linwood between Calvin and Monterey. That's where you'll find Shabazz restaurant, where the only ribs offered for sale are lamb, the rice is brown, and even Mr. Clean couldn't find dirt." Now this is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad cleaning up the black man, because Allah raised him up for us. He spoke our language. Allah said he gonna give us his message is clear, and that's what the messenger did. He took winos, he took drunks, he took alcoholics, he took prostitutes, and look how many times they say sparkling clean in a ghetto like Detroit. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who, because Wallace D. Muhammad didn't see Allah, Farrakhan didn't see Allah, Allah raised up the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So you never hear Tazaryach or the Israelites talk about who Allah raised, because they can't. He was successful. Then it goes on to say, It says the temple looks clean enough to have been built yesterday. Once again, they still talking about how clean. Now, Detroit, if you look at it today, it's a hood, ghetto, decay, everything. But with the messenger, you see Muslim shops, markets, restaurants, and bakeries. They continue to tell you how clean these buildings and these Muslims are. It says temples look clean enough to have been built yesterday. But behind the well-scrubbed red brick face are a history of a 40-year-old movement successfully combining business. Oh, man. It says business, religion, and rehabilitation. Now, let's go to another city because we want to show how the Holy Quran talked about those who follow the messenger would be successful. Now we have Pittsburgh Post-Gaza says Homewood gets economic lift from Black Muslims because we don't believe in a spook like Tazaryach. He gonna keep telling you about what the spook did 2,000 years ago, or he gonna tell you about Prophet Muhammad who lived for. But when did Yahawah come here among you and make you successful and give you his message so that you can tell us his message clear, like Allah did with the message? Now, another ghetto that if you go there today, it's run down. But when the messenger came and sent Muslims, it says Homewood gets economic lift from Black Muslims. When you look at IUIC, when you look at ISUPK, they don't have an ice cream parlor for the Black man. But look at all that the messenger had. It says some new businesses are opening in Homewood, however, and most of them are operated by the Nation of Islam, the highly disciplined religion most of America call Black Muslims. In fact, the scarcity of other businesses among their storefronts paint a sparkling white markets part of the community looks like a Muslim village. So the messenger, who was raised by Allah, could take brothers in multiple cities, go to these impoverished cities and build it up economically because his religion from Allah mixes religion, business, and rehabilitation. It says in the 700 block of North Homewood Avenue and around the corner on Kelly Street, there are signs reading Shabazz Fish Dish, Shabazz Bakery Shop, Barber Shop, Shabazz Bakery, Shabazz
2 minutes.
Shabazz Restaurant, Shabazz Dining, Muhammad Speaks, Muhammad Imports, and Muhammad's Temple. That's everything that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad built for the Black man. But we see in another, this was the Jet magazine. It says, Honorable Elijah Muhammad builds a kingdom here on earth. Once again, Allah raises up prophets and messengers speaking the language of his people. And he gives him Allah's message clearly so that he won't have an excuse, just like Allah did with Jehovah. Jehovah raised up Moses because he said that the name Allah is not in the Bible. When Jehovah came to Moses, he said, they only know me by the name of God Almighty. They don't know me by Jehovah. So just because Allah is not in the Bible, that does not mean that Allah is not God. It's just that you don't know him by his name. Just like the people during Jehovah's time didn't know him as Jehovah. But when you take out all the lies and the spookism that the white man wrote in the Bible to hide the truth from the Black man, you will see that Allah is the God of all the prophets. All the prophets was Muslims. Jesus was a Muslim. Muhammad was a Muslim. All the prophets was Muslims. But the white man wrote the Bible to hide the truth from Tazaryach. So Tazaryach will see all this success from the messenger, but he's still gonna believe in a spook named Yahawah. Because in my last final times, Abba Bivens wasn't telling us about Yahawah. Wentworth Matthews wasn't telling us about Yahawah. Then you have Rudolph Windsor. Let's go to him in my final time. Rudolph Windsor was like you.
Time. You got to do it in the next one, brother. Time. Captain Tazaryach, you are up next to complete this this second round, brother.
Yeah, I was scrolling on Instagram, and I had to unfollow Umar Johnson's daughter because she do a lot of
Is this a time go or?
Yeah,
or
you can start the time.
okay.
Wait, let me share my screen for what? Well, can you put my screen on there? 'Cause I'm still sharing it. Can you put my
Yeah,
PowerPoint?
the screen is up.
Right. Yeah, I was scrolling. Yeah, you can start my time now, man. I was scrolling on Instagram, man, and I realized I have to stop following Umar Johnson's daughter, so I unfollowed her. Check my text messages to see somebody emailing me. I got a text messages, all type of text messages on here. That's what I was doing while he was talking, because he said nothing about the debate. Nothing. I don't think he knows what he's doing. He's a direct amateur. The debate is not what works did you do in the 70s, because the one work he didn't bring up that he did in the 60s was when they killed Malcolm. Muslims killed Malcolm. Why he didn't bring that up? With all the stuff that they building and establishing, they killed Malcolm in their own mosque. Excuse me, in his own mosque. Separated him. Then Farrakhan's jealous of Khalil. Now Khalid's not here. If you're going to talk about what you did or didn't do, because anybody can make the statement you make it, the Christian church can make that same argument. My organization can make that same argument. This argument ain't to show what works we do in the community, because I can start showing works that we do in the community, businesses that we have in the community, things that is not what this debate is about. This debate is Yahawah and Allah the same? And when you make the stupid statement to say that Abba Bivens didn't say Yahawah, when you brought that history up about him following after the Jewish man, the part of history that you don't follow, because that Bible ain't tampered with, when we start reading about our captivity, when we start reading about our slavery, Deuteronomy 28 and 68, and we see that we was the ones on slave ships, Abba Bivens left them and then established what would become ISUBK. Do you know it was Muslims that killed him too? Because they told him not to teach the Bible? So if you're going to talk about Abba Bivens, talk about how your people murdered him too. You should say that also, because that's history as well. But now the Bible seems to only be tampered with when it goes against your belief. But the Bible is not tampered with when it's for your belief. So what you working on is, okay, they said he looked like Moses. That must be right about Moses. They say that this is wrong about Moses, so this is wrong about Moses. You don't even know the book yourself, or you would have at least shown something in here that says the Allah of the Quran is the same as the God of the Bible. What I would demonstrate and show you is how you pick a subject, agree to a subject, and stick to the subject. Now, in my third round, though, I'm going to make fun of y'all in my third round. I'm going to just tell you up front. So now the Bible says to pray towards Jerusalem. The Quran says to pray towards Mecca. Is that the same God or a different God? In 1 Kings, the 8th chapter, when Solomon made the decree, he said, if there's a servant or Israelite that's scattered and they pray facing Jerusalem for God to hear their prayers. You can see Daniel do that. Now, when Daniel knew that the writing was signed, he went up to his house, and his windows being open in his chamber towards Jerusalem, he kneeled upon his knees 3 times a day and prayed. But the Quran is going to tell you that you have to pray. Matter of fact, let me see if I can read a little bit of this. The Quran says, this is Ibn al-Bukhari reported that Al-Bara narrated Allah's messenger offered his prayers facing Jerusalem for 16 to 17 months, but he wished that he could pray facing the Kaaba. And we're going to get into that stinking Kaaba. The first prayer which he offered was in the afternoon. Those who had offered that prayer went with him and went out and passed by. So initially, they was praying towards Jerusalem, trying to mimic the Bible, trying to mimic the real God. And then he switched it and said, we're going to pray facing the Kaaba. We're going to pray facing Mecca. So how can this be the same God? Every prophet in the Bible followed the same transition. Isaiah, Ezekiel, even when you talk about Jonah, oh, I'm glad I got my whole screen shared. Let me see if this pops up. Even when you talk about Jonah didn't go to no non-Israelites. Jonah went to Israelites. When you read 2 Kings 14 and 25, it says, he restored the coast of Israel from the entering of Hamath unto the sea of the plain, according to the word, Lord of God of Israel. which he spake by the hand of his servant Jonah, the son of Amittai, the prophet, which was at Gaphatha. For the Lord saw the affliction of Israel, that it was very bitter. He didn't go to non-Israelites in Nineveh. That's like saying God went to non-Israelites in America. You don't know the Bible. You don't know it. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to go to the next slide. It says, the Bible says that Yahawah, or Jesus Christ, is the way, the truth, and the life. This is Matthew 17:5. Well, he yet spoke. Behold, a bright cloud overshadowed them and said, behold, a voice out of the cloud which said, this is my beloved son, in whom I'm well pleased. Hear ye him. Where is that in the Quran? Because if it switches from Christ to Muhammad, you have to show where it's prophesied to do that, because Muhammad is not the same race. For those not keeping up, the Bible says only a prophet of your people can be a prophet. Muhammad is not the same race of Jesus Christ. Muhammad is not the same race of Moses. Muhammad is not the same race of Elijah, the real Elijah from the Old Testament. He's not. So that disqualifies him. Muhammad said he's the last messenger in the Quran. That's not in the Bible. When we think about the way that we worship God, the Bible has 7 high holy days. We have a couple feast days. So one of them is the 7-day Sabbath. Are you going to find a 7-day Sabbath in the Quran? No. What you're going to find is a birthday of Muhammad. They have Ramadan. They got 2 official holidays called Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. The former is celebrated at the end of the month of Ramadan. Even the worship of the gods are different. So how are you going to say that it's the same God? This is the debate title that he took. How are you going to say that these are the same gods and you don't present no information that shows they're the same gods? That's what we're waiting to see. The name is different. The worship is different. The prophets is different. Then I've shown all of that thus far to this point. And their version of Islam says that a white man was the man that brought them the Quran. So now a white man, the same white man that they say plagiarized the Bible, is the same white man who was the best white man that gave them their version of Islam. You have to make that make sense to me. And you can't use the argument of you got to talk black to him, because even their Fard Muhammad is a white man. I just played the content. Just played it. We have a Day of Atonement. They have intermittent fasting that they call Ramadan. One of the easiest things to do. All you're doing is not eating from sun up to sundown. And then what do? Scarf all the food when the sun go down and eat some more food before the sun come up, and then just fast for the rest of the day. We don't have the same worships at all. We don't have none of that. How much time I got, Si? I want to make sure. Before
I was going to let you know you got 2 minutes and 5 seconds. I always let you know when you got 2 minutes.
Got you. So I'm going to get into the Kaaba in the 3rd round and my disrespect to the Nation of Islam. And when I'm saying disrespect, because I talk a little bit more aggressively, than him, I ain't cussing him out. I ain't doing nothing. I'm doing the same thing he's doing. He's saying I should be K as Johnny come latelys. I'm showing him how his book, his leader, his organization said the first Muhammad was a white man. In our book, you can't eat unclean foods. He made the point to say that you can't eat unclean foods. The Nation of Islam don't teach that. But the Quran says that if you have a necessity, if you are compelled by necessity, you can absolutely eat unclean foods. Our book don't say that. Our book, you have stories in 2 Maccabees, the 7th chapter, where a mother and her 7 sons died over not eating pork. His Quran, they will let you eat that pork. With that, I yield my time.
All right, you got a whole minute left.
My son came downstairs. Can we pause just for 1 second, if you don't mind? I got to put a movie on. Hold on once. I'll be right back.
Yes, that's important. Got to take care of the baby. All right, brothers and sisters, this is a powerful, strong debate. Brother Shabazz is holding it down for his first debate on the HOK. Brother Shabazz is holding his own, going up against one of the top debaters in here, you know. So that, which is a good thing, brother.
All praise is due to Allah.
We're gonna take a minute of pause because Captain got to attend to his chow. came downstairs, so bear with us. And we're going to get right back to it. All right, here's the captain. Here's the captain.
Yeah,
you got a minute left, Captain.
My son trying to be a debater already. He only 5.
You got a minute left, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So I want to do a recap. This title is, he's supposed to show that the God of the Qa'ran is the same as the God of Yahawah. He has not demonstrated, God of the Bible. He has not demonstrated that yet. What I have demonstrated is, they said the first Muhammad was white, then he became Arab, now he's black. Excuse me, now he's white again, because Father Muhammad is a white man. So he has to show, hopefully in his 3rd round, he sticks to the topic of the debate. With that, I'm good, sir.
All right, there you have it. There you have it, brothers and sisters. We are on our way to the 3rd and final round. Brother Shabazz, you have the same rights as Captain Tazaryach. For any reason you need me to stop your time, you got to let me know where I can hold your time up and you can get what you got to get for any reason, brother. All right, time will start when you're ready, Shabazz. I see your PowerPoint is there. This is your last and final round. Let's go out with a bang, brother. It's on you. Time will start when you're ready.
So this is another prophecy of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that Malcolm X gave in college and university speeches. It says, but Almighty God Allah forgets not. He promised in the Old Testament, Malachi 4 and 5, that he would send Elijah to the lost sheep. And that's very important because the Israelites be talking about they taught Malcolm. So Malcolm is saying that Allah will send Elijah to the lost sheep, the so-called Negroes of America in the last days of the white man's world, to teach us the truth that will free us from our white slave masters and turn our hearts and mind back to our own kind, our fathers in the East. And in the last days of this wicked world, the hearts of our people in the East will be turned once again towards us. So let's show how the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because we already seen how they said that the messenger built a kingdom on earth. Now let's talk about how the messenger turned the hearts of the black man. Now I'm going to run through this as fast as I can. First, we going to start with Huey P. Newton. They asked Huey P. Newton, how did he get his 10-point program? He said, I came in contact with the black Muslims. I was very impressed with Malcolm X and Malcolm X's program, or the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that Malcolm X followed program, was like a 10-point program. Matter of fact, that our program was structured after, patterned after the black Muslims program. So even though Tazaryach and the rest of these spook worshipers be talking against Islam, because what they try to do is talk against the messenger, but you praise the Panthers. But even the Panthers let you know that they took their whole program and patterned it after them. Who patterned themselves after Yahawah? Who even heard of this person before they start copying and stealing from the Muslims? So we got another brother that I want to show. And this next brother is Eldridge Cleaver, another brother from the Panthers. He said the Black Panthers benefited from the Muslims' teachings. It would later become dogma for us as well, and probably save us from total destruction. Then he goes on to say, he says, of all the charges the cops piled upon, because he was talking about drug charges. He said, of all the charges the cops piled upon us, that was once the ones that never stuck, because we were absolutely out of it. We ultimately got to the point where in many urban ghetto neighborhoods, we shoved the drug syndicate clean out of the community. The hoods were looking straight down the barrel of a gun. When they trucked that material into our towns, we said, show up once more with that stuff and you are a zero. He says they got the message, and so did the people in prison. The drug-free life for many prisoners began inside the slammer, and it was a powerful witness to the Muslim faith. So once again, we don't believe in a spook. The messenger wasn't sitting around reading the Bible, talking about Yahawah, or reading the Holy Qa'ran, looking for Allah. Allah came himself, and he made himself known. And just like the Holy Qa'ran says, those who follow the messenger would be successful. So Eldridge Cleaver said that the brothers, even in prison, was cleaning themselves up, even in prison. So the messenger, his message from Allah, who came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, was cleaning up the Black Panther Party, who wasn't Muslims, cleaning up the brothers in prison. And he said, and it was a powerful witness to the Muslim faith. Now let's go on even further than that, because we want to see, what did the white man say about the messenger and his message? Because the Bible says, behold, I will send you Elijah, and he will turn the hearts of the children to the fathers and the hearts of the fathers to the children. So this is the Los Angeles Times, May 5th, 1963. It's called Muhammad and the Muslims. This is what the white man said when he heard the messenger teaching, and he saw the effect on the black man. He said, Elijah Muhammad speaks, and 20 million Negroes in America listen. So we know that in 1963, it was 20 million black people. He didn't say when they listen or hear Elijah Muhammad, they join the Nation of Islam. But he said when Elijah Muhammad speaks, all 20 million Negroes in America, even Abba Bivens, who wasn't in the street. He didn't believe in the Bible. He didn't believe in Jesus. Neither did Rudolph Windsor. Neither did Matthew Wentworth. But they was listening to the messenger. They heard him when he came on the radio. Let's get out the synagogue, y'all. Elijah Muhammad coming on the radio. So then the white man says more. He says his black Muslim propaganda is forcing all civil rights organizations and even Negro politicians to take another step towards harder, more extreme positions. Because we know the Black Panther Party started out with Dr. King and the civil rights movement. But they was listening to Elijah Muhammad's Muslim propaganda. And he didn't say they was willingly. He said the truth of Muhammad was forcing them to take more harder, more extreme positions. So instead of saying, I'm going to turn the other cheek, the Panthers say, we're going to fight with guns. We're going to defend ourselves because of that Muslim propaganda that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was teaching. Now let's go on even further than that. Because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us the difference between the Holy Quran and the Bible. Because the Israelites say there are no prophecies. And then there's another thing that I want to say while I got time. This is a white Jew. You see the white Jew out in front with his Torah scrolls. We saw Abba Bivens with Torah, but we don't see Abba Bivens out teaching the black man. You even have white Jews who was out because the Abba Bivens and them hadn't doctored up and updated their Jewish belief to become the Jewish Nation of Islam. But even the white Jews have a history of shedding blood for the black man. This is two more Jews who was out front as freedom riders. Where was the Israelites? Where was Yahawah? Where was this God then we could go to the Pittsburgh here, because I'm just jumping now. This is the message. In the 50s, he writing articles called The White Racist Claim to Divinity. He has calling out a white man. He says, the white people claim the Bible prophecies, which are really referring to the American so-called Negroes, to be for the white race. The symbolic lost sheep of the Bible, which must be found and searched for and restored, are the Negroes and not white Israel. So the messenger, he the one who taught us the Bible and Holy Quran. In the 50s, the messenger, God's messenger, was battling the black preacher. He said, if the so-called Negroes and their slave masters are not the answer to Jesus' parable of
2 minutes and 30 seconds,
the rich man, poor Lazarus, then where is the answer to such parables? Because the white man wrote the Bible to hide the truth from the black man. It says the King James Version. Because when the white man wrote the Bible, he put serpent, he put dragon, he put beast. All these things the black man didn't know what it meant. But in the Holy Quran, it said, I will send you a messenger from among the illiterates, and he will teach you the book and the wisdom. Because when the white man wrote the Bible, he wrote it to hide the truth. So we had the book, but we didn't have the wisdom. We didn't know what the serpent was. We didn't know what the lost sheep was. We didn't know none of that. So Elijah Muhammad is the one who taught us. Abba Bivens didn't. The black Jews didn't. Now they trying to take what we taught. Let's go to that real quick if I got some time. Because this comes from, what's his name? Bus Stop Bishop in IUIC. This is what he gonna say. This how they steal from us. He talking about Elijah Muhammad didn't teach Malcolm X. My elder Yahawah did. They don't show us no lectures from like Yahawah. They don't show us no newspaper articles, no interviews. So there's no named person supposed to have taught Malcolm. So why don't you share Yahawah's lectures and video? Why you sharing Malcolm? This is how the Israelites steal from us.
Time. Captain Tazaryach, this is your last and final round. I want to let y'all brothers know when we get into the question and answers, you got 2 minutes to answer the question. And if you answer the question on a good enough time, you can go ahead and respond to anything that you didn't get out. You can continue to use your time wisely. Captain, the time will start when you are ready, my brother. Your screen is up.
Hold on, you see my screen already?
Yeah, your screen is up, Captain.
Oh, let me just slide something over right here. Okay, I'm ready. You can start my time. There's gonna be a part when I'm gonna play a video. If I could I'm gonna just let you know if you could just pause my time when I get to playing the video.
Yeah, I didn't start the time yet. I'm waiting on you. Yes.
Okay, no, I'm saying yeah. So all right, so you can start my time now.
All right.
When he read, you notice when he said that Malcolm referenced Malachi, the 4th chapter, about waking up the lost sheep. Those lost sheep is only the children of Israel. The lost sheep ain't getting waken up. The children of Israel is not getting woken up in the Quran. They're getting woken up with the Bible. The more he talks, the more he proves my point. So when he tries to make Elijah be the Elijah in the Bible, that was fulfilled already. So when you read Malachi 4 and 5, it says, behold, I would send Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day. And in the New Testament, Matthew 17 and 10, and the disciples asked him, saying, why then say the scribes that Elijah must come first? And Yahawah answered and said unto them, Elijah truly shall come first and restore all things. But I say unto you that Elijah is come already, and they knew him not, but have done unto him whatsoever they listed. Likewise shall also the Son of Man suffer them. Then the disciples understood that he spoke of John the Baptist. This was already fulfilled. He don't know the Bible. No matter what he says, he don't know the Bible. And he keeps talking about Abba Bivens when everybody knows that it was the Muslims that unalived him. When he say that they couldn't understand the lost sheep, they couldn't understand what devil and all that means. Slaves knew the white man was the devil. Anybody can get a book called Tell the Children Our Story. And you'll see just one woman I can name, Mary Armstrong, in the early 1900s, said, Polly was a poly devil if I ever saw one. Nat Turner knew who the devil was. F.S. Cherry, who knew he was an Israelite, knew who the devil was. So don't let this man fool you into thinking that they're the only ones that knew who the devil was. It don't take much to know what a devil is. There ain't no rocket science for that. It's only when you go into the Bible when Christ says, ye are of your father, the devil. You know who he's talking about? He's talking about Israelites that was serving the white man. You know who the Muslims are? They are of their father, the devil. You know why? Because their first Muhammad that taught them their belief from 1400 years ago and the one that they say came in the flesh was a white man. So who's really of their father, the devil? The fruit of Islam, Nation of Islam, anything that came out of the black section of Islam serves a white man by their own and by their father's admission. Elijah said Muhammad was a white man. Farrakhan said Elijah was a white man. Elijah's son said Muhammad was a white man. So they are of their fathers, the devil. And just like a Christian pastor can work for the white man and do great things in the community, so can they. That's not the subject. I'm not entitled to answer those questions. What I'm entitled to answer is the God of the Quran the same as the God of the Bible? He has not substantiated that position yet. Not one time. When I look at, I'm gonna go further down on this slide. Let me see. Let me get this Kaaba. That Kaaba that they worship. Hold up. Let me make sure I didn't go down too far. You ain't got to pause it or nothing, side. I'm good on the pausing. When you go to that Kaaba, they not supposed to. The Bible says don't worship an image. They circle that rock 7 times and then they kissing a rock. Show me where that's at in the Bible that we supposed to do that in the name of a God we supposed to believe in, because he can't say that's 2,000 years ago, because you have to make your Hajj today. Malcolm made his Hajj. That's what Malcolm, he was so racist, and all of a sudden Malcolm drinking with the white man, drinking a drink with the white man in the movie, because he made his Hajj. You know what that means? Malcolm kissed that rock too. So don't tell me about something 2,000 years ago when y'all doing it today. And according to the Nation of Islam, they doing it because a white man told them to. They following the Quran because a white man told them to. Not no black man. The black man just picked up the mantle. You know how in the black community, the white man don't come into your neighborhood to give you the drugs, to give you the religion, to give you Planned Parenthood. They sent a black face. Elijah was the black face of their version of Islam. He was set up by Fard. Fard was the white man to say, man, go teach them niggas this. So building something is not what this debate is about. Otherwise, I would have information of them building. Even when he makes a statement, talk about Abba Bivens, where's the teachings? We have the tapes of them. Of the, not Abba Bivens because he was unalive, but the teachings of the founders of IHBK, we have the tapes. That's not what this debate is about. But what this debate is showing that the Nation of Islam absolutely loves white people. I'll go a step further. Can I pause my time? Let me share my screen again. Let me play this video. I want to play this video. Let me show you how much they teach you to hate.
You have 5 minutes and 3 seconds left on the pause time. No
problem. Let me show you how much they hate. Let me share my screen. Y'all look at this video right here. Can you see this video right here, Sai? Can you see this video on the screen?
Yes, I want to make sure I can hear it before I restart your time.
All right.
Okay, yes, I can hear it.
Now, appreciate it. Let's see if they teach you to love your hair. Let's see what Farrakhan had to say. Let's play it.
Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair. Because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight. The hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow?
And what's sad about him saying this, is a black man telling black people that they would want their hair straight is what plagues black people to this day. You're supposed to love your hair the way that it is. In the Israelite school of UPK, we don't tell nobody, wouldn't you want your hair like that? And watch when he says how we got the hair.
That's why you so busy frying it. That's why you so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink.
Now you know why he laughing? Because he know he crossing boundaries right here. Watch this.
I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud. We got to learn to be proud of kinks.
Why can't we be proud of kinks?
Most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips.
Now, not only, I forgot about that part. Now, not only is our hair cursed, our broad nose and thick lips. I don't know about you, but you give me a sister with them thick ass lips. You know how many? I ain't gonna talk about myself, but you get your sister with some thick lips. That is not a curse to the black women. Your hair is not a curse, but Farrakhan saying it's a curse. Why? Because if you go even deeper, he got a white father.
Jet black.
Farrakhan got a white father. Let that sizzle in your spirit.
A thinner lip.
He said we had a thin. Wait, hold up.
A thinner nose.
Wait.
A thinner lip.
Watch this.
But they had straight skinned people.
Watch this.
They were dark skinned people. Jet black. But they had straight hair.
Straight hair.
A thinner lip.
Thinner lip.
A thinner nose.
A thinner nose.
But we are marked as a different kind of black person.
Watch this.
And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky
I'm
hair
gonna stop it
and
right
broad
there.
nose
I'm gonna stop it. Hold up. Let
are
me stop this
rejected.
right there. Now, this is the Nation of Islam that they want you to serve, where your hair is a curse, your lips is a curse, your nose is a curse. Why? Farrakhan got a white father too. So let's just think about that. So Elijah Muhammad said the first Muhammad is white. This guy, their father Muhammad, is white. Farrakhan got a white daddy. It's a
1 minute and 40 seconds.
so there's a bunch of people with white people in their genes, white people as they teachers, and mad at the Israelites because we say the Bible is all black. It's only for the children of Israel. We only got prophets in there. I want everybody to pay attention. At no point in time did he show that the God of the Bible and the God of the Qur'an is the same. He spent all his time showing the great works that the Nation of Islam does. I don't have an issue with no works that they do in the community at all. But this debate ain't about what you've done in the community. This debate is show where they're the same gods. And he has not done that. I've shown clearly that they're not the same gods at all. I yield. I'm good, sir.
All right. Powerful from both brothers. We are now in the segment of the Q&A. Brother Khalil, you can ask Captain Tazaryach a question. He has 2 minutes to answer the question. You cannot cut him off until he says, I'm good, or he's done. So you the first runner-up. You have you can ask him a question, brother. Time will start when Khalil's complete question is completed, Captain. It's on you, Khalil.
Okay. So if the God of the Bible and the God of the Holy Quran, if I didn't prove that they are the same, then show us who, for you, who is the representative of Yahawah. Because what's common in the Bible and what's always a fact is Allah or Jehovah only reveals himself to one person. He never reveals himself to all of the people. He only reveals himself to one person, and that one person represents him to the people. So if we as black people in America was robbed of a knowledge of self, now black people have all this extra knowledge about the Bible that they didn't have, all this extra knowledge about themselves that we didn't have.
You got to ask a question, brother.
Who is the one who Yahawah sent as a representative to resurrect the black man in America? Where did we get all of this knowledge from that we have about the Bible and who we are?
Time start, Captain.
Appreciate it. So it's actually a timeline. When I mentioned F.S. Cherry, Nat Turner, Denmark Vesey, Rabbi Ford, you saw the Lord dealing with a lot of men as he began to wake us up to this truth. Abba Bivens, who you kept mentioning in this debate, he was one of the ones that was sitting with the Jewish man, and then the Lord woke him up, and then he left. And not only did he leave, Yaquab Ariel Mashal left with him. And then that's when the Lord started dealing with them to wake us up to what us being the Israelites today. So it went from Abba Bivens, then it went to Ariel and the other men that would establish the school. And then we began to fan out. Currently, it's given to Commander General Yahawah because he's the only one that's remained, the highest ranking man that's remained from that organization, to answer your question.
Hold it. Bro, can I?
All right. Yes, go ahead. You got a whole minute left. Go ahead.
That's not answering the question, because in the Bible, just like with Moses, Allah revealed himself to Moses, and Moses told the people about Jehovah. Allah revealed himself to Noah, and Noah told the people, all the people. It wasn't like it was Noah, then it was this one, then it was that one. If we talking about gods of the Bible and God of the Quran, what is consistent and what is always a fact is Allah only reveals himself to one person, and that one person reveals Allah to the people. So if the black man was robbed of a knowledge of self, we didn't know we was black, we thought we was Negroes and colored people. How did we get all of this knowledge? What one person did Yahawah teach? Because if Yahawah chose Abba Bivens, y'all supposed to be telling us what Abba Bivens said about Yahawah. You ain't supposed to be telling, because he the one who saw him. He represent Yahawah, just like with Moses. Joshua could only tell them what Moses said. So who was the representative for Yahawah, the one man? Just like how it is
for Yahawah.
I answered the question. That's why I said it started with Abba Bivens, who was unfortunately killed by your people. And so if you take what you said, as y'all breaking down what y'all think is the Bible, y'all still stuck with the Quran. Y'all still stuck with a white man being your savior, being your Allah in the flesh. You never read the Bible and said, we're the children of Israel, let's leave it alone. That's how you know you was never sent by the God of Israel. But Abba Bivens was. And then when he died, just like when you said when Moses died and it went to Joshua, when he died, then it went to Yahawah. So when you say, how did they know about it? Because they taught it and passed it down. You want the proof of it? Israelites are around the world saying the Lord's name. Israelites are around the world saying that they're Israelites. If I was to talk about my organization alone, we're in South America, North America, all over Canada. We're in the UK. We're all over the earth right now. So when you asked me, where was it at? I gave you a timeline and told you who the last man is, which is Commander General Yahawah. So I answered your question.
All right, Captain, it's on you to ask your question, brother.
All right. I just got it. It's a yes or no question. Yeah, it's really like a yes or no, but it's a two-part. So yes or no, Father Muhammad is your Allah in the flesh, yes or no?
Yes.
Does he have a mother and father?
Yes.
So Allah has a mother and father?
Yes.
That's all I got, sir. You can ask this question.
Okay. Khalil, Shabazz, is on you. You can ask your second question.
So I'm still, he didn't answer the other question, because what knowledge that we have today that black people have that we can point to any one of them to say because when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad came on the scene, we was Negroes, niggas, and colored people. We could connect him to black. We can connect him to how to eat to live. We was eating hog. They was calling it soul food. But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us about the pork worm. He taught us that it was divinely prohibited. He taught us it was grafted between rat, cat, and dog. He did that. Cleaning up the black man, all uniting. All of that leads back to Elijah Muhammad, because the Panthers did great. All those who saw the messenger could tell that what he was teaching was changing black people. So if you saying that Yahawah chose Abba Bivens and the Yahawahs and all them, what knowledge do we have today that you can put, that black people have that we didn't have, that you could point to them and say that's what they taught us? 50 million black people in America.
No problem. So again, I don't mind you asking the same question over and over and over again, but everybody had their hands on the Bible. So even when you try to take credit for being the one to call a white man a devil, that's not true. You're just taking credit for something. To take credit for knowing that we Israel, F.S. Cherry existed before you. So as I gave the timeline, because you said I didn't answer your question, I gave you the timeline. F.S. Cherry predates Muhammad. And F.S. Cherry is the first recorded man that knew, taught, went to camp, and was an Israelite. So when you say where can we pinpoint somebody teaching black people, he would be one. When Abba Bivens comes along and separates from the Jewish man, why did he separate? Because unlike your organization that loves white people, you stayed with the white man. When Abba Bivens goes into the Jewish synagogue, reads those records, and then realizes these records is not about them, it's about me. And he had a greater heart than Elijah, because he said, I'm not going to follow a white man. This is for my people. This is stolen from my people, and I'm going to establish that. The proof of that, if I expound it, when they went to Dimona, you know why they went to Dimona? Because they knew that they were Israelites. So the question that you're asking, it just doesn't, I'm answering your question, but what you want is, you want the Nation of Islam to get all this credit, but you're getting credit of healing black people using the Bible. You have not healed black people using the Quran. When you stopped eating pig, that's not from the Quran, that's from the Bible. When you said Malcolm was going to wake up the lost tribes of Israel, that's not from the Quran, that's the Bible. You said Malcolm used Malachi 4 and 5 to talk about your Elijah and the lost sheep. You did not use that from the Quran, you used that from my book. So even what you did ignorantly, y'all still use my book. The difference between you and I is that we teach our people that they are the children of the book. We don't teach from the book. Y'all teach from the book. Y'all teach from the book like a pastor. We teach from the book that we're the people. That's the difference.
Right, Tom. All right, Captain, you can ask the brother Khalil Shabazz a question.
Can you show one thing in the Quran that would make the God of the Quran the same as the God of the Bible?
Can I share my screen again?
Yes, sir.
I already showed you.
Its screen is being shared right now.
Okay.
Oh, you just took it off.
My bad.
For those of y'all who may have questions, this is the time for y'all to get y'all questions together, because we got one more round with them to ask questions, and then I'll open up the floodgates and allow y'all to come in and ask your questions.
And it's like one. So after he answers my question, it's one more question from both of us, right?
Yes.
All right.
Right.
Okay. So you were saying show something. Okay. You said show something in the Quran that shows that Allah is the same as Yahawah. So y'all Israelites who take Allah and make him y'all personal God. It says in the Holy Quran, it says, and we send no messengers, but with the language of his people, so that he might explain to them clearly. Then Allah leaves in error whom he pleases, and he guides whom he pleases, and he is the mighty, the wise. So just like Allah raised up Moses, the children of Israel in the story were in bondage to Pharaoh, just like we was in bondage to the white man for 400 years. Allah sent the messenger. He one of us, just like Allah sent Moses. Moses had a speech problem, just like the messenger. Moses had to have Aaron and other people to speak for him, just like the messenger had Farrakhan and Malcolm. Just like when Moses went away for so many 40 days to go on the mountain, the people went crazy when the messenger passed away. Farrakhan flipped the script and turned hypocrite. Because y'all like to use Farrakhan and Wallace. What did the messenger say about our hair? He met Allah. Farrakhan didn't meet Allah. Farrakhan flipped the script on the messenger in 1975, and he's still flipping the script. That's why he don't say nothing to y'all when y'all lying on the messenger. If Farrakhan was representing the messenger, he would have been saying something to y'all when y'all lying on the messenger, y'all dogging Islam, but Farrakhan is a hypocrite. He flipped the script. He don't say nothing to y'all. He happy that y'all misleading the black man, just like Aaron. He was happy to build the golden calf for them. He was happy to do it. That's Farrakhan. That's Wallace. So when the children of Israel, who was used to Moses, now they looking at Aaron, he talking about the golden calf, just like Farrakhan. He telling the people about Flager. He telling the people about Scientology. But the messenger, he was the one who saw God. Just like with Moses. Joshua had to go back to Moses. Joshua couldn't trust Aaron. Just like we can't trust Farrakhan. God told Joshua, all you can do is tell the people what Moses told them. Just like with us. So don't read me nothing that Farrakhan say. Don't read me nothing Wallace say. Find me what the messenger said. Because he was the messenger. He was the one who Allah chose. He was the one who resurrected us. And all this new knowledge that we have come from him. Don't none of that come. I didn't ask you who told you you was an Israelite. I said this new knowledge that we have. Where does it come from? It comes from the outer. God did not believe. Can I share my screen one more time? I can't hear you, sir.
It's your turn to ask the captain a question.
Oh, okay.
And you can do it in your next round when you ask your last question. It's
you
your turn. Yes, this is your turn to ask your question.
Okay. So.
Hold up.
Okay.
Like the video. Thumb up the video. All right. Go ahead and ask your question, brother.
So, if the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was teaching the Bible, both Bible and Holy Qa'ran, and we have the evidence of that. If we can see that black people talk about Malcolm and what he taught more than they talk about Abba Bivens, then why is it that Allah or Yahawah sent or raised up these people you talking about, but the black man was listening to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad more, and he was the one who changed the black man in America? Is Yahawah more powerful than Allah, or is Allah more powerful than him?
Good question. Let's go, Captain.
Hey, can you say that last part again?
I said, since the Honorable Elijah Muhammad changed the hearts of the black man, and we saw that. He changed, even though Eldridge Cleaver was not a Muslim, and them brothers in prison wasn't Muslim, but he said that our drug-free life started in prison. They didn't say that about Abba Bivens and Yahawah. No, they said that about the messenger. He said that the messenger's teaching saved the Panthers. The white man said that 20 million Negroes listen to Elijah Muhammad, and they are forced. Not that they, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's truth was so strong, it forced them to change. So if Allah ain't the God of the Holy Qa'ran and how he more powerful than Yahawah? We supposed to be talking about Yahawah. We ain't talking about him.
He's asking you which God is the most powerful God.
Who's more powerful?
Yahawah or Allah?
If Yahawah more powerful, tell us who he chose.
All right. Let him answer that.
Okay. Everything that you said, Muhammad didn't do anything with the Quran. Even in this debate here, when I asked you to show that Muhammad, show me in the Bible that the Allah and Yahawah is the same. You didn't even show that. You know what you did? You pulled that same slide up and start making comparison between Moses and your Elijah. You know why? Because your strength came from that Bible. So the question that you're asking, the Bible says people think gain is godliness. Now, if I start dissecting Islam, as much greatness as you talk about Islam, there's murder in Islam, there's drug dealing in Islam. The Panthers fell apart from drug dealing. They didn't have no faith in Islam. You just said y'all don't even support Farrakhan. So what faith do y'all have in the belief system? So if I was to be biblically sound, I'm going to show you what the Bible says. This is Acts, the 5th chapter. This is Acts 5, and just trying to get the verse. Give me one. I'll probably have to paraphrase it to get it exactly, but this in the Bible, it speaks about men that came up professing themselves to be something. And as they professed themselves to be something, they did works. So this ain't an argument about Nation of Islam doing works, the argument is, are they the same God? So now I'm gonna read. I think I'm about to. This is Acts 5:35. It says, as he said unto them, ye men of Israel, take heed to yourself what ye intend to do as touching these men. For before these days rose up Thaddeus, boasting himself to be somebody, whom a number of men, about 400, joined themselves, were slain, and all his obeyed him was scattered and brought to naught. And a man rose up, Judas of Galilee, in those days taxing, and drew away much people. Now I say to you, refrain from these men, let them alone, for if this counsel of this work be of men, it will come to naught. So what you're talking about in the 70s, when y'all come together, you seen it coming to naught as soon as it was built. Your greatest spokesman for the Nation of Islam was Malcolm X. And to show you how that nonsense couldn't stand with the Nation of Islam, he disobeyed Elijah's order. He left, started calling Elijah a pedophile. You don't want to talk about that. Started calling Elijah a pedophile. He ended up getting murdered by Muslims. Then Elijah dies. When Elijah dies, you just said it yourself. You don't even stand with your father's son. You don't stand with Farrakhan. So what you're talking about that you built, that thing fell apart. So when I read the Bible, when you're saying which God is the greatest, it's not about your fleshly works. It's about your spiritual works. And as good as y'all say y'all have it, y'all have murdered, y'all are drug dealers. You do a lot of wicked things in the name of our life. I was to say, my brother had a beard in Philadelphia. You know why they didn't rob him? Because they thought he was a Muslim with the beard, but they was going to rob him because in the Qa'ran, you can rob and sell drugs to non-Muslims. You can rob and sell pork like you brought out with the Arabs selling pork in their stores. You know why they sell pork in their stores? Because they could sell pork to non-Muslims. So this ain't about the gain that you get, which was short-lived. Your Nation of Islam was short-lived. When Malcolm got killed, that was the end of your greatness, because then you saw split after split after split after split. Even Khalil Muhammad got kicked out. You know why he got kicked out? Because he started talking about the Jewish man. When he gave that speech in King College and told the truth about the white man, you know who that upset? Farrakhan. They kicked him out. And it's suspected they unalived him too. Now, what did Khalid start teaching when he ran into the Israelites? That we are the true Jews. Do I need to play that? Do I need to play when Khalil Muhammad said we the true Jews? So we can't have this argument. So this is not about gain. This is about, is the God of the Bible the same as the God of the Quran? And you have not answered that yet.
All right. Captain, you can ask your last question. You can ask our brother Khalil a question.
In the Bible, you cannot worship wood or stone. Why in the Quran do they circle the Kaaba? I can read the surah if you need me to read it. Why does the Quran allow idol worship, but the God of the Bible is against idol worship? And if the God of the Quran allows idol worship, aren't they two different gods?
We don't worship the Kaaba. Muslims go to the Kaaba to pray. That's what Israelites say to mislead the black man, to get them to accept y'all, because y'all can't tell the black man no truth about it. Just like how you were just talking. You didn't say nothing about how we got this knowledge we got. You just start trying to bring up nonsense to try to overshadow the facts that I just told you. So Muslims do not go to the Kaaba to worship it. We go to the Kaaba to pray. We reverence the Kaaba just like Jacob reverenced the Bethel stone. You can go to Google and Google Jacob and Bethel stone. Let's read what it says in Google, because I forgot to put this up, but I had it waiting because I knew you was going to say something about the Kaaba like y'all be lying.
You can put it up if you want to put it up.
This Google, but I'm going to read Google. It's called Jacob and Bethel stone. Genesis 28, 18 through 22. Let's read what it says. Because I got 3 examples of Israelites reverencing a stone just like Muslims do with God. It says in the biblical story of Jacob and Bethel, Jacob fleeing his brother Esau uses a stone as a pillow, and has a vision of a ladder reaching to heaven. It says, after which he set up the stone as a pillar and anointed with oil, renaming the place Bethel. So he set up a stone. Did he worship the stone? No. He anointed. Usually you anoint people. He anointed the stone because he reverenced the stone. Just like we kiss the Kaaba stone. We don't worship it. But we reverence that stone just like Jacob reverenced the Bethel stone. Now let's don't stop there. A lot of people know churches that's called Ebenezer or Ebenezer, however you want to pronounce. Ebenezer is a stone that the Israelites set up like we set up the Kaaba stone. This is what bus stop Bishop Nathaniel, when he out there lying, don't tell you. Google Ebenezer stone in the Bible. This is what it says. It says in the Bible, the Ebenezer stone, Hebrew for stone of help, is a stone that Samuel set up between Mizpah and Shin to commemorate God's victory over the Philistines, serving as a reminder of God's faithfulness and help. He didn't worship the stone like bus stop bishop of IUIC be lying and saying, and how Tazaryach saying. All they can do is lie on us. They can't tell you what we do as far as our practice that's wrong. So what they do, they say they set up a stone, they worship it, they kiss it. But when you look in the Bible, Israelites did the same. But that ain't even the good one. This the good one. This talk about Joshua and the Gilead stone. What Joshua do? It says after Israelites crossed the Jordan River into the promised land, Joshua had 12 stones. Not one stone. We only got one stone in the Kaaba. Joshua got 12 stones.
Tom.
And when you...
Hey, I get to respond to that, right? He responded in the beginning. He responded to the first question.
That's correct.
Hey,
yes.
hold on, Si.
Yeah.
No, you did, Khalil.
No, you
I don't have a time after this to explain this stone.
No. Listen, brother. At the first, when you asked your first question, I allowed you to go again. Remember, because you didn't. Yeah.
Yes, I want to use the same, and I didn't give you no brush.
Fair to both of y'all, brothers.
Thank you. I appreciate your fairness. I'm glad I didn't use it until right now because that was ignorant. So in Genesis 28:10 that he's talking about, an altar is always stone. Every altar is made out of stone. So in Genesis 28:10, when it says, and Jacob went out of Beersheba and went towards Haran, and he lighted up upon a certain place and tarried there all night because the sun was setting. He took the stones out of the place and put them for pillows and laid down to sleep. So that's not idol worship that he's talking about. He used the pillows to sleep in. When he brings up what Joshua did, Elijah took 12 stones for the 12 tribes of Israel, and he made an altar. We're not talking about what you make an altar out of. So when we read the Surah 22 and 26, and remember when we assigned to Abraham the site of the house, saying, do not associate anything with me in worship and purify my house. For those who circle the Kaaba, the house is what the rock is in. We don't have a house that a rock is in that we circling 7 times. And then it says to stand in prayer and bow and prostrate themselves to. When you bow and prostrate, that's you getting on your knees, bowing, and then you kissing it. Now, let me give a source and then I'm done. This is from I just want to read the source before I read it. This is Sahih al-Bukhari, volume 2, book 26. And this is what it says. It says, had I not seen Allah's apostle kissing you, now you're talking to the damn stone. The man goes in there and talk to the stone, says, had I not seen Allah's apostle kissing you, I would not have kissed you. So you telling me they walking in and they talking to the stone like, hey man, if I ain't see Muhammad kissing you, I wouldn't even kiss you. I just want to give that rebuttal. There is no stone that we worship. Stones are for altars. They kiss that stone in worship and bow to it.
Okay, thank you. The debate is not over. Y'all got closing to do, but before we get to the closing, I will allow the chat to ask y'all brothers a few questions, and then I will let y'all get to y'all close out. And if you coming up, you have to turn. Say that again.
I was going to say, do you want us to close out? Because if we get to the questions, we might not get to the. I mean, that's up to Khalil.
That's a good point too. That's true. But you got to show your face. If you can, you got the cam up. We need to see who we're talking to. And so, Brother Shabazz, I'm going to allow you to go ahead and close this thing out. You have 5 minutes in your closing. Be wise, right? And what I'm saying that for is if it's anything you forgot you wanted to say, this is the opportunity that you can say it now in your closing. So, brother, let me get the time set. And you got 5 minutes when you start talking.
So Elijah Muhammad is prophesied from Bible and Holy Qur'an. When we talk about Elijah Muhammad, we talking about what he did in America with the black man. We're not talking about what happened 2,000 years ago. Because when you read the stories in the Bible, every story in the Bible talk about when God made himself known to one of them and one of them led them. It's never a time where you sitting around reading a book. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was raised by God in person, who Tazaryach keeps saying is a white man. But your lying on Master Farad Muhammad calling him a white man don't make him a white man. He is a black man. Just like how J.A. Rogers got volumes of books talking about black people who were black and passed as white. That's neither here nor there. But the fact of the matter is that Elijah Muhammad is prophesied in both Bible and Holy Qur'an. He did the same thing for the black man in America as Moses did for the children of Israel. He did the same thing that Jesus did when he gave sight to the blind. He raised Lazarus from the grave. He was in the grave of ignorance because we don't believe that story as its actual facts. That story's about Jesus. He gave sight to the blind like the messenger did. He raised Lazarus from the dead like the messenger raised the brother in the Panther said them brothers lived a drug-free life in prison. So if the Honorable Elijah Muhammad can do that good work, but you can't even tell me about what Abba Bivens and them taught the black man that they know, but the Honorable Elijah Muhammad can never go to prison or never meet them brothers that was in prison, but his teachings is so strong that it will cause them to stop. Who doing that today? Nobody. Because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's works can't be duplicated. Just like Moses' work couldn't be duplicated. All y'all can do is criticize. All y'all can do is lie. But the fact of the matter is that the Honorable Elijah, because Jesus gave us a good yardstick to measure a person who is he said, beware of false prophets, because you will know a tree by the fruit that it bears. No good tree produces bad fruit. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad resurrected the black man morally, spiritually, economically, regardless to what Wallace say, regardless to what Farrakhan is doing now, just like Moses. He can't be blamed because they decided to worship the golden calf. Just like the Honorable Elijah, how can we blame him now because people decide to abandon his teaching? That ain't him. But when he was among us, just like the Holy Quran says, those who follow the prophet messenger, they will be successful.
Yeah.
So,
1,400 years ago.
So this brother, but my point is still the same. Allah came to us just
hold on, time out. Captain, you playing something. You can't do that.
I didn't know that okay, I don't even have my screen presented.
Yeah, I gotta give him like five, 4
wait, but brother, I didn't know that. I'm thinking you talking. I don't think my screen is shared. I'm trying to play something to get it ready.
It was coming out.
Yeah, that's not my fault, Khalil. That's sa.neter fault. That's not my fault.
How's that my fault, bro?
Because I didn't know that you had me.
It's all good, though. It's all good. I know you understanding what I'm saying.
No, wait. No. What I don't want.
Hold up. Time out, both of y'all. Captain, you supposed to be on mute. If you was on mute, nobody would have heard that.
Listen, when I'm playing this, you telling me it came from my headphones?
Yeah, I can hear it now. I'm hearing it.
You're
Now,
hearing it out of my headphones.
put it on mute. I won't hear it. Put your joint on
No,
mute.
I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this sound is coming out of my headphones. You saying
Yeah, we hear it
out of my headphones?
Yeah.
1,500 years
You hear this
ago.
right now?
Can you hear it, Khalil?
Yeah, I hear it. He interrupted what I was saying, but I'm
Wait,
let me
wait,
just
wait.
read one more thing. Let me just
That's
share.
cap. I disagree with that.
We can hear it, bro.
Let me just read.
One minute. Captain, put your screen on mute. Put it on mute, Captain.
All it's one is
Mute yourself.
Did you hear it just now when I was just playing it?
Yes.
That's my point. That's what I'm saying. I had it muted. Like
I get you. You ain't mean to do it. We got you. That was an accident. We got you. Yeah, we can hear it right now. We hear it.
So
my mic was muted and you still heard it. So what I'm saying is
your mic is not muted. I mute you. Now I've muted you. Go ahead, play it now. Play it now, Captain. No, I don't hear nothing. I just muted you. But it was an accident. It wasn't intended. So
let me just read one more. Can I read one more?
You got 1 minute and 48 seconds left, Brother Khalil.
Can you share my screen?
Yes, go ahead. You got 1 minute, 48 seconds.
All right, I want to just end this up and read what J.A. Rogers said about the messenger when he finally
Your
saw.
screen is sharing, brother. You got 1 minute, 48 seconds.
Okay, hold on. I just want to read what J.A. Rogers said about the messenger. This ain't going to take long at all. This is when J.A. Rogers saw the messenger and his work in with the black man. He said, here in America, we have had plenty of leaders, but they have always been the wrong ones. They have selfishly preyed upon us for themselves. But at last, we have found the right one in Mr. Muhammad. The things that impresses me the most about Mr. Muhammad's young followers is that they are alive, alert, independent, and honest. Being a writer, many people come to me and take my books and never pay me for them. But Mr. Muhammad's followers get these books by the thousands and even pay for them in advance. Not only do they themselves want to learn, but they want to spread this knowledge to the rest of our people. Mr. Muhammad is doing a great work. At last, we have found the man who is unselfishly trying to get the right knowledge to our people. This is what J.A. Rogers saw. He saw Muslims out in the street actually wanting to teach the black man the truth. This was not happening with Abba Bivens. It wasn't happening with Yahawah, because if it was happening, then it wouldn't have been such a surprise with J.A. Rogers. But when he saw the messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he said, not only do they want to learn, but they want to spread these teachings. They get my books. Because what J.A. Rogers talked about Islam is aligns with what the messenger taught. But Rudolph Windsor and these new school Israelites write books dogging Islam, lying like you lying on the Kaaba. But J.A. Rogers' books, Muslims could sell his books right along with the teachings of the messenger. Because what J.A. Rogers taught about Islam was in line with the same history the messenger taught us. But now that Israelites trying to compete with us, y'all write y'all books or y'all get some enemy of Islam to try to counter what we saying. But go ahead.
All right, Tom.
Okay.
All right, Captain. Don't get down on that, brother. That was just a mistake. I'll take full responsibility, brother. Don't worry about it. You're doing good. Captain, it's on you, brother. You got 5 minutes in your closing.
I guess if y'all heard that.
Yeah, we know that wasn't by.
I do want to share my screen though. So
let's get it.
He made a point to let me share first. Let me make sure y'all. That's weird that y'all could hear that. So I mean, it's no big deal, I guess. So just let me know if y'all can hear this. Hold on. Where did you go? Hold on.
Screen is sharing, Captain.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get to it now. Hold on. There we go. Let me know if you can hear this.
Yeah, we can hear that.
All right. So he lied when he said that I make up.
Time.
Thank you. He lied when I say I make up that Muhammad was a white man. Let's see what their prophet Muhammad said. And you know who sent this to me? West Coast Cam sent this to me. I never knew that they taught Muhammad was a white man. So let's hear what Muhammad said, because you can't make this about the son. You can't make this about him. Your leader said that the original Muhammad was a white man. Let's read it. Let's listen to it.
1,400 years ago. Yeah. Not the Muhammad that was here near 1,400 years ago. I am the one that the Holy One is referring to. The Muhammad that was here 1,400 years ago was a white man.
That's what his leader said. His leader said the Muhammad of 1,400 years ago was a white man. So their Quran comes from a white man, but he telling me that the white man plagiarized something. But the founder of their faith is a white man. And then let's see what Farrakhan says about it. Let's see what Farrakhan. Let's see some more.
Then they put up
Muhammad.
Muhammad was born in Arabia. Was born. Yes, sir. Bear with me. Muhammad was born in Arabia. Now, what many of you may not know, Muhammad was a white person.
Muhammad was a what?
Many of you may not know, Muhammad was a white person.
Two of their most prominent leaders. Look, he said he was the best that his race ever could produce.
A clear sign of a man who held his nature in perfect check.
Held his nature in perfect check. Perfect check.
Muhammad ibn Abdullah.
Muhammad ibn Abdullah of Arabia.
The most noble of men.
The most noble of men. He's calling a white man the most noble of men. It broke his heart when he couldn't convert the European. So what Farrakhan and Muhammad is teaching you is that you can put it back on me now. We don't need to look at Khalil on my time. You can put it back on me now. What Muhammad is telling you, what Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan is telling you is that the most noble man that gave them the Quran was a white man, and that the European rejected the white man. So what did any good white man do when he get rejected by white people? Go to the niggas and gave the niggas their belief. So don't say that I said that they're white. Your leaders said that they're white. His son said that he's white. And with everything that he said about Malcolm, about Elijah being Moses, everything that he said went right back to the Bible. Even when he brings up the prison department, people being in prison, we in the prisons too. We got Israelites in prison, getting them out of prison. We got Israelites in shelters, Israelites in the homeless, Israelites in colleges. We got the same style. That's why this debate is not about who does work in the community. That's not what this is about. This debate title was clear. Is the Allah of the Quran the same as Yahawah, some may say Jehovah, as the Bible? He has not substantiated that at all. At all did he substantiate that. All he tried to say was that the Bible was tampered with, except when it's referring to their Elijah. When he talking about everything they talk about Moses that they fit him, it's not tampered with. When they talk about Malachi 4 and 5, it's not tampered with. But when I bring up something that says the children of Israel, we're the Israelites, now that's tampered with. Now that's something being hidden. If something is tampered with and you pick something out of there to say that it's not tampered with, that means your mind is tampered with. That means you have an agenda. And that's how you know Islam had an agenda, because they couldn't even stand together. When Malcolm X was given that order to not say nothing about JFK and he didn't listen, when he left, he started telling all the secrets then. He started telling about Elijah being a pedophile. The only bad part about that is, for Malcolm, if you knew he was a pedophile when you was there, why did you even stay in there? So which one is the truth? Either he was a pedophile or he wasn't, because you supported that pedophile by him doing that. That's him, not me. And then what did they do? They killed that nigga. They killed Malcolm. As much as Israelites have split from each other and have gotten back into it, you have never heard of another Israelite killing another Israelite.
Wow, man, damn, powerful closing, man. On both sides, powerful closing. All right, this is the part where we begin to open up the floodgates Remember, come in, ask a question. Once the teachers up here say, yo, you could get rid of him, sir, I'm done with him, I gotta let y'all go. You got the cam up, and the first brother, West Coast Cam, let's go. You up, brother? Unmute yourself. Let's go.
There we go. Greetings. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, brother.
Man, thank you for having me. I'm the brother that sent brother Tazaryach the video. We actually had a couple of what I wouldn't call it debates, but discussions about similar topics a few months ago. But it wasn't none of this energy. It wasn't this kind of disrespect. So I didn't receive it like that.
You're a Muslim, brother? You're a Muslim?
FOI, 35 years.
Man, you just completed treason, brother. That's called treason, what you doing there, brother.
What's treason?
You sending Israelite message, helping out your Israelite brother.
Well, yeah, I mean,
FOI, brother.
Yeah. We don't hide information. We don't hide knowledge and information.
Man, let's go. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, I know you. It's comedy. I know you keeping the spirit light.
No doubt.
But sadly, though, I got like two questions real quick, or three questions if you don't mind. The first question is for Khalil. You say you FOI, and you asking Tazaryach who his leader is, and you saying that Elijah Muhammad represents to Moses, but then he didn't speak eloquently, so he needed somebody to speak, clearly. So who is your leader right now? In the absence of Elijah Muhammad, in your organization that doesn't accept Farrakhan?
We still accept the modern Moses, just like after Moses died.
Who is the Aaron?
When Moses died, they wasn't talking to Aaron no more.
No, I'm asking you, who is the Aaron? Who is the Aaron to you?
Well, that's just a story that Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us. There's no literal Aaron, but we can use that.
So do you believe that Elijah Muhammad is physically dead, or is he alive on the wheel? What do you believe?
I believe he's physically dead.
All right. And Brother Tazaryach, do you believe that your God, is a spirit or a man?
No, the Most High is a man, not like you and I. Exodus 15:3 says the Lord is a man of war. He sits on the throne. So for us, he's a man.
How's he different than us?
What do you mean?
You said he's not like us.
Meaning his power, his greatness. He's never been on this planet physically.
Wow.
One other thing I want to clear up when you mentioned about the energy. This ain't my first time sitting with Khalil, and he didn't have the decorum that you had when you and I sat.
No, I agree. I
just want that for the record, because I don't want you to come in here like I don't have this energy with you, like it's different when it was you.
No, you still disrespected the faith and the FOI just because you're talking to him don't mean nothing to me. So
no, what I'm saying is
just hear me out.
No, hear me out. One side, I want you to hear me out because I listened to you.
I just heard you out for two hours.
Well, you just interrupted me. I didn't interrupt you when you said I didn't have this energy. I let you say what you had to say. So
go ahead. Listen.
I appreciate
I'm trying to hurry up and get off of here.
I mean, that's not my fault if you got to hurry up, but I do get to respond to what you say. So now when you and I spoke, I think we spoke twice. It was coy and we disagreed, but it wasn't no high energy or anything like that, because that's how I am. I match what you are. This is my second time with Khalil. The first time it was high energy, so I knew it'd be high energy now. So this has nothing to do, like if you got out of pocket, I would do the same thing with you. I just want that on the record.
All right.
Now to answer your question about the Most High, for us, the Bible says our God has never physically been on this plane, but he sends messengers, he sends angels. That's how it communicates in our book.
Okay, so you believe that. So last question for both of you, for Khalil and Tazaryach. Tazaryach, are you familiar with 1 Kings 18 to 40? 1 Kings, which deals with Prophet Elijah, since we're talking about Elijah, right? Elijah and the Baal prophets. The showdown, the challenge.
When he battled the 400.
The showdown and the challenge that he issued to them.
I'm familiar with it, yes.
Myself, representing my God, Master Fard Muhammad, who you falsely claim is a white man, because we know that we've been taught that his father is a jet black man and his mother was a white woman. But in the name of that God, who I believe wholeheartedly is a true and living God, and in the name of his Mahdi or Messiah Christ, the most honored and most honorable Elijah Muhammad, and in the name of their Messiah, Farrakhan Muhammad, I issue a challenge, a public challenge to both of you, gentlemen, to invoke the curse of your God. If your God is the real God, invoke the curse. Let's invoke the curse and the wrath of that God on which one of us three is worshiping or believing or teaching the wrong God. Are y'all willing to put y'all life on the line and pray publicly
This one?
in the name of your God for us to be cursed, which one of us cursed or killed, not by each other, not by so-called man's hands, by your supernatural God's power? Are you willing to do that with me publicly? And sa.neter, as a witness, we can pin this up and keep tabs of it for the next 30 days or 60 days or 90 days, however long we want to decide specifically what we want our God, to prove his that he's really God or really with us. Are y'all willing to do that with me?
Yeah, you sound like a demon to me. Matthew's the 4th chapter.
No, it's the Bible. It's in the Bible.
Hold on, you got to let Captain respond. Let him respond.
I mean, the emotional man to interrupt. I said 3 words. You sound like a demon to me. That was a battle of proving whose God was real by calling fire out of heaven when you mentioned in 1 Kings. Neither side threatened with death to each other. The 450 prophets of Baal died because Elijah said to kill them physically because they could not call the fire out of heaven. That's 1 Kings, the 18th chapter. But you don't know the Bible. When I called you a demon, in Matthew's the 4th chapter, it says, again, the devil taking him up into an exceeding high mountain and showing him all the kingdoms of the world. I'm sorry.
Salaki.
Salakia. He saith unto him, if thou be the Son of God, cast thyself down, for it is written, he shall give angels charge concerning thee. Christ's answer was, it is written again, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. You will not see nobody say, curse me if this God is not real, with a battle against another God. That's a horrible.
Well, I'm a Muslim. So in the Qur'an, chapter 62, verse 6, you say that you're a real Hebrew, right?
I'm an Israelite.
Whatever, in 62, verse 62, chapter 62, verse 6, it says, say to those who say they're Hebrews or Jews, if you think that you are the favorites of Allah or God or Yahawah or Yahweh, or to the exclusion of other people, then invoke death if you are truthful. This is what we commanded to challenge you.
So go do it.
I'm still going. So it says, come, let us gather our sons and our daughters and our women, and you gather your women and your people, and let us be earnest in prayer and invoke the curse of Allah, invoke the curse of your God. We Muslims, so since I'm not a Hebrew, I don't go by your Bible laws. I'm letting you know what we practice as Muslims. This is how you shut it all down. You don't got to call me a demon. You just got to prove like the Baal prophets did. Well, I got to be a demon because we're showing and proving live publicly the power and the reality of who our God is. Why I got to be a demon? Why I can't be a honest believer?
Okay, hold on. I gotta move on because we got a lot of people.
Can I respond to that first? Because he did.
Yeah, he got to respond to that.
You ain't got to hear from him again, though. The reason why I called you a demon because your belief is demonic. Qa'ran, Allah is demonic, like you said.
Do you accept the challenge?
Why are you interrupting again?
Do you accept the challenge?
That's why I said demon, because he can't sit still. Every time that I've spoken, he interrupts. I don't interrupt when he's talking. That's the demon in him that can't sit still, that Captain Tazaryach is calling out.
We call that a coward. We call that a punk.
We call interrupting a man in his speech effeminate. That's what we call it. Because I didn't interrupt the Bible. Our Bible says
accept the challenge.
Don't interrupt the man in his speech. And look at him, he can't even sit still. Now, the only difference is the reason why I'm not sending you down like I could is because I like to see emotional men try me. And that's how you coming across. Because you made a point to say the Qur'an, y'all belief is different than ours. So if you want to call a curse of death, because that's your belief, you can't show me that in mine. But I know when you tempt the Lord, we're not supposed to. That's what I just read to you. So no, if that's what you choose to do, by all means, go curse yourself. But for me, I don't have to do that. We suffer, the black race suffers enough curses by our disobedience to the Lord. Our obedience to the Lord reverses the curse.
All right.
To the next person. So.
Let me go to Brother Khalil. Do you want to respond to that, Khalil? Because I think he asked both of y'all the question, Brother Khalil.
He wanted to know if Khalil was cursed himself too.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad is the one who met God. He is the one who proves to us whether Master Farad Muhammad is Allah or not. And he done that. So now it's time for you to either accept it or reject it. We don't participate in that kind of stuff. You can either believe what was said or not. That's not our, we don't make challenges to people with they God and say that. We don't do that. We never did that with the message.
It says that in the Qa'ran.
Hold on. Let me let y'all know, man. Khalil is just being humble right now. Y'all don't want this brother turning up. Trust me. He just being humble. I want to ask you, Brother Khalil, what is the difference between you and West Coast, brother, being that y'all both are in the FOI? Y'all both respect the Honorable Elijah Muhammad as the master teacher. What is the difference between you two? Because the brother coming at you, the brother giving up valuable information to the ops. And I'm like, I don't understand that. What's going on, Brother Khalil?
Well, I'm a Muslim who believes only what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught. I believe that Allah came and chose him. I don't believe that he chose Farrakhan. The messenger taught us that there is no, he said he didn't choose himself. He wasn't sitting around reading the Bible or reading the Holy Quran and then listen to another person and said, oh, I want to. No, God came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad and chose him. He was chosen by God. Nobody else on earth can say that. Nobody else in America, none of these leaders, whether you talk about Tazaryach, whether you talk about Israel United in Christ, none of them can say God chose me. And what I have is the divine solution for the black man. And then you see his divine solution work for all those who accept it, even those who not Muslims. When the brother from the Panthers, Eldridge Cleaver, he said that our drug-free life started in prison. Why I gotta do something that this brother talking about when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's teachings and his work prove what he said? He taught us you can accept it or reject it. We don't force no brother to believe nothing. Our job is only to offer you the truth. After we offer to it, it's up to you.
All right. Let me move on over. Brother West Coast, if you would like to get in touch with me, I'm gonna put my email up and we could probably set something up. I'm gonna throw my email in the chat so you can see it. I'm gonna post it up there and then you could get at me and whoever you want to step to, we can make something happen. Let me go on over to my big brother, Apostle Zaquan. You on the call, brother.
You need to operate a little wisdom, man. You throwing your gifts before pearls, man. Like the swine. But thank you. Look, nice debate, great debate. Cap, you did a wonderful job. Khalil, you did what you did, and appreciate you for showing up. I got a question for you because I'm confused. The topic is Yahawah and Allah the same God? And that word there, Hebrew word God there is Allah, AHLA. In the singular, it means power. So Yahawah and Allah is the same power. But then you said that Master Farad Muhammad and Elijah Muhammad, they too are Allah? Is that what you said?
I didn't say that Master Farad Muhammad and the messenger is Allah. I said that Master Farad Muhammad is Allah and he chose the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. When we don't believe, just like when I told Tazaryach, we don't believe that it's a God of the Bible and a God of the Qa'ran. We believe that Allah is the Lord of the worlds. We believe that all of the prophets was Muslims, but we believe that the Bible has been tampered with. This is why the black man never understood the Bible until the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us the Bible. Nobody ever tried to. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad got newspapers. He got radio broadcasts. He got interviews. He has ministers. He has a real, when we talking about these people, y'all talking about, I never heard of Yahawah until I heard Bishop Nathaniel say Malcolm was taught by him. I never heard a brother quote something that Yahawah said. I never heard a lecture of him. I never heard no brothers who wasn't Israelites talk about him. But when you talk about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Huey P. Newton talked about the messenger. When he talks about his 10-point program, he patterned that after the messenger's program. When you talk about Eldridge Cleaver, he said that the Muslims' teaching saved us from total destruction. Our drug-free life happened in prison. That's the messenger.
Okay, okay. You said that already. I heard all of that. So just let me, because Sal gonna cut me off soon. Okay, I know you. So give me this little moment while Sal's allowing me to speak, because basically what you're telling me is that you are a man worshiper. You worship man, a man that was birthed into the world, who had a mama and a daddy, just like you. And I ain't never met a man before in my life that I would even esteem higher than my mama or my daddy. Because see, that's how much my mama and my daddy means to me. I'm not a man worshiper. I worship Christ as my king. And as we ought, I venerate him as a king. But I worship my God and my God alone. And that is Yahawah. Yahawah. Bahashim Yahawah Shah. You are sitting here being a man and you telling me that you worship another man. That ought not to make you feel some kind of way.
All right, let him respond, and then I got to move on, Apostle. You can respond, brother.
You telling me you worship a spook? You worship something that you haven't seen, something that nobody that you know have seen, never came to America, never did nothing for the black man. Master Farad Muhammad came from Mecca in 1930. He wasn't living under Jim Crow. He wasn't being redlined. He wasn't being lynched. He came himself to the black man who was being lynched. Wasn't no black Jews talking about Yahawah. He came and he chose a messenger. He taught that messenger, and everybody who followed him was successful. So yes, I don't feel bad to tell you, I believe that Master Farad Muhammad is God, just like you believe in this spook you talking about. You never saw him. You don't know nobody else who saw. You can't even tell me what teaching did this spook teach you or any Israelite that benefited black people. You can tell me about what you think he benefited.
Can I tell you how I benefited?
Hold on, brother. You can't do that, Apostle. You can't cut him.
It's me. Hold on.
No, you can't. You gotta let the man finish. And then
all an Israelite can do is tell me what you like about being an Israelite. You can't tell me about what you practice that will help another brother who don't think nothing. When that white man wrote about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, it said his Muslim teachings is forcing politicians and the civil rights leaders to take more harder and extreme positions. You can't say that about Yahawah. You can't say that about Abba Bivens. You can't say that about Yahawah. Well, none of these brothers you talking about. All you can do is talk about what they teach help you. But the brother from the Panther said these Muslim teachings helped all of us in prison to start and live a drug-free life from what the messenger taught. So I don't feel no kind of way to tell you, yes, Master Farad Muhammad is our God. He came in person. You don't feel ashamed. All right.
No. Give me 1 minute. One more.
Apostle.
1 more minute.
No, I can't let y'all two go back and forth. The debate is over.
I don't want to go back and forth. I just want 1 more minute.
Apostle, discipline, brother.
That would be unfair because West Coast Cam didn't get that same grace. So
Right. That would be unfair. I didn't let West Coast do that. So yeah, let me move on. Then I got Lord Abba next after Herman. You got to turn on your camera at least, man. Come on, man. I told everybody they got to turn on the cameras, brother. Can you turn on your camera, Herman Smalls?
Yes, kid. Give me 2 minutes. I have it on.
All right. Do you want me to go to my brother first and then you could come behind him?
Yes, that'll be perfect. Thank you.
Lord Abba, you got the floor, brother.
Peace. Let me know if you can hear me, sir. If y'all
I can hear you good. I can hear you good.
Peace. What's going on? Shout out to everybody. This was actually a good debate. It's Providence, I think, right now. One of my oldest debates on YouTube is my debate with West Coast Cam. We had a debate, man, that had to be 12, 13 years ago, maybe even 14 years ago, now that I think about it. But I came up to give some, I don't know if you remember that, Brother Cam, but okay, cool. That's one of my oldest debates on YouTube. First, to the brother Khalil, and I don't have no questions, so I want to be upfront. I came to give an observation about the debate. Brother Khalil, you said some things that were off, and I just want to offer you a bit of advice because I still am Islamic, and the teachings of Brother Wesley Muhammad would help you greatly. I don't know if you're familiar with the brother Wesley Muhammad, but me being a former member of the Moorish Science Temple of America, who did all those things that you spoke about when you said the Nation of Islam was the first to do them, before the Nation of Islam did them in cities like Chicago, Detroit, Virginia, states like Virginia, I can't remember the city, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, etc. Those books will definitely help you. When you're debating with Hebrew Israelites, it's best to use the second surah of the Qa'ran and show them how the Qa'ran was a reminder for them to get back in line because they have fallen out of the original practice. This is why in their Bible, Jesus is chastising the Pharisees. He's telling them about the withered, they're having a debate about the withered hand, etc., etc. And Jesus is telling them, that's basically not the law that I follow. That's the law that you follow.
The teacher's already told
I got you. Because I want to give an observation. So I thought when it came to the debate topic, I thought that Tazaryach won because he stuck to the debate topic. And I didn't see enough from Brother Khalil to refute what Brother Tazaryach was saying. Was Allah and Yahweh the same God? You went into his Bible, but I believe you could have simply used the Quran to refute most of his points in that regard. It's just like when I defeated Captain Qatazar, all I did was simply show that Ruth was a Moabitess, and the rest I got a chance to play around with. I just wanted to take a little dig at Cap and waiting for my chance. I'm waiting for my chance at the debate. I think Cap is light work. I'm just going to keep it official with y'all. I think he light work, but that's just me.
That's it. Or you got more, brother?
That's all I got.
All right. Brother Herman, you ready? Herman Smalls, you ready?
Yes, brother. And brother, I know you always cut me slack.
Cam up, brother.
If you could allow me just that, because I'm going to be brief, because I'm still not in position.
You can't cam up right now?
Yeah, I can, but I would like to drop it.
You should have said that. Go ahead.
And just like the brother previous, more of an observation. And let me just first say, I mean, the two brothers staked out their positions and articulated them great. So we had two of the finer men in our community to have different ideologies that represent what they think will uplift our people. So I get that part, and I think it's beautiful that this is positioned as a debate. But I would dare suggest that if we can start building those bridges across different ideologies, I'm a second generation Pan-Africanist. My father went through the civil rights, Panther, the movement, the nationalists.
This is about
yes, exactly. Okay, so all right, I'm going to wrap it up.
Already spoke. You have a question.
Yes, my group again. We have a conflict of beliefs and ideologies. Can we find commonality? And the question is this. The question is this to both of them. And interestingly enough, it applies to both of them. If charity starts at home, unity should start at home. So if you have an ideology that's for the people, but if you look right immediately at your own ideologies, look at the splits, look at the divisions. And these are people that believe 99% the same thing you do. The same 12 tribes. The same, the black man is God. The white man's the devil. But y'all can't come together on either side, and you're right in the same house of belief and ideology. Why is that? Because if anyone who can group you all together, that might be the Messiah that we all looking for. I would love to hear your
question to the debaters.
To both, I believe they both. Why having your own belief system organized and unify the people that stand closest to you?
Okay, Captain, you could go.
Yeah, I actively push that to Herman Smalls. I'll give my most recent example. I think it was 2 years ago. I had invited both a group by the name of Sakari. They're gay now, but a group by the name of Sakari and IUIC. I invited them both. Yeah, sa.neter. That's a gay group. That's a gay organization.
Right. Hold on. Objection.
All right, that's right. I won't say it no more.
You can't knock the whole group for one brother, bro. Come on, man.
If the leader getting pegged, I mean, if the head is sick,
you can't knock the whole entire
group. No sweat.
And the leader didn't get pegged. It was a thought.
It's a lie. He bought the anyway.
So
what I did was I invited them and I invited IUIC.
Hey, but Captain, I'm sorry, but see, you supposed to be you falling off. Even with the thought, I'm surprised you ain't used the Bible.
Because I'm trying to let it go. I was trying.
If you even have the thought, you might as well say you have committed the crime. That's your Bible, and I'm surprised you didn't know that, brother.
But that's going to lead to my ending point, though. But to Herman Smalls, I always invite every school, like especially because I travel. So I travel a lot, and when I go to different locations,
now that I taught y'all that, watch Hebrews come out and say that now. I be teaching y'all. Y'all don't want to give me the credit, man. But go ahead.
So, but they, in short, Herman Smalls, they don't come and sit and have the conversation. So when you say why we can't sit together, I've invited IUIC in Atlanta to come and sit down with me at the school. They just don't do it. So you can see us on Commander General Hunter, my leader, has said for all of us to come together. We can't make people sit down and have the conversation with us, but we can invite, and we have consistently invited those brothers to come and sit down with us. And it doesn't have to be seen. It's not something that got to be recorded, filmed, or anything like that. They could have just sat down with us and we can work it out. So I do that to this day, and Commander Jenny Hanna has done the same thing.
Respect. And again, if I can ask that same question, of our brother.
Hold on, brother. I gotta let Brother Shabazz respond to that. You asked both of them the question.
No, exactly. I was going to reintroduce the question just to make sure he's clear about what I'm asking.
All right, go ahead.
And good brother, just very briefly, I asked this because in full disclosure, my daughter goes to MUI and she's there. That's one of the best decisions I've made. And I'm nowhere near a Muslim, brother. I'm a black nationalist, Orthodox Garveyite. But check this. Minister Farrakhan stood on those positions related to that shot. That was the only school in the school system that I could bring my child to. So again, cross ideological lines. He put a school together, and I know they knock him a lot.
Question.
But I think So again, so how come you all have not collectively come together as Fruit of Islam, as under Elijah Muhammad?
Now, when you say come together, what are you saying? Like Israel and FOI?
No, he's saying why hasn't, like right now you got 2 FOI members that are different.
All right.
He's saying why, like he asked why the Israelites don't come together. He asking the same question to
that's good. Yeah, go ahead.
Excellent, Captain. Thank you.
Brother Khalil, you got the floor.
But the reason why we can't come together is because people are jealous of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. The Nation of Islam been on the scene for 95 years. Never have we been on the corner disrespecting people to get them to look bad on another group for them to come join us like Israelites do. They lie to the black man and tell him all of this stuff about Muslims that's not true, because they understand that the teachings of the messenger, it united the black man. It gave the black man, even brothers who wasn't in the nation, like the brothers in the Panthers. But they can't do that. People are jealous of the messenger because they can't do what he did. So instead of them appreciating him, it causes jealousy of him. So they form another group to try to outdo what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad already accomplished. How you telling me that Tazaryach gonna stand on the corner, or any Israelite, and bash Islam when it's the teachings of the messenger that caused the black man to love himself when the white man taught us to hate ourselves for years? How can you talk against the Honorable Elijah Muhammad like he just some no good man when you got brothers who wasn't even Muslims who practiced what he said? Brothers in prison. Right now, when you go to prison, no brothers could say, yo, because I'm practicing this, drug-free life happened in the prison. Or no group can look at Israelites and say, you know what, I was looking at the program of Israel United in Christ, and I formed a whole nother group based on what they teaching, because what they teaching is so beneficial to the black man that we don't even have to take the whole program. We could take some of the program and form another strong black revolutionary group. None of them can say that. So we cannot unite with no brother who jealous of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. If you're a brother and you hate the messenger, you stand on the corner and you speak against him, we can't unite. We're not trying to unite with you. We're not trying to see eye to eye. Because if you can't appreciate him, you can't appreciate me, because I love and I follow him. So if you don't like him, you don't like the Islam that he taught, I'm not trying to unite with you. I'm not trying to see eye to eye with you. Because if you don't respect him, you won't respect me. And if you don't respect him, at least for the good work that he did, then you really don't want nothing good for the black man. You just a jealous brother who trying to outdo the messenger because you jealous.
All right. Herman, you good?
I'm good. The brother covered that. Both you brothers, I respect that position. And I think I hear an opening. So unity starts at home. Great debate, brothers. Thank you, brother sa.neter.
All right, thanks, Herm. I got one question for my brother Shabazz, Khalil, and that is, when the messenger was on the scene, he taught separation from the Islam that y'all are trying to connect with today. When you know the Sunni Islam Muslims, I don't think the Nation of Islam should have any parts of that, any doings of that right there, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't bring y'all that way. He separated that. So why do y'all try to ease in with them? Like when people get at the Nation of Islam, they connect you to, like Captain was doing, showing you the stone, showing you the rock. I'm surprised I didn't hear from you, brother. Man, we don't worship no stone. We don't go over there and kiss no rock. That's not the type of Muslim we are. That's what I was waiting to hear you say, you know, because that's not the teachings of the messenger. So the reason why you have these split off groups is because everybody is teaching their own thing, just like you have a lot of the Israelites. You have split off groups from One West because everybody is teaching their own thing now, you know? So you got Silas Muhammad, you got Eric Muhammad, we got our brother Shabazz, Khalil Shabazz, and there's another brother, a few more brothers that I ain't mentioned. You know who they are. So what's up with that, brother? Shouldn't you be separate from the Arabs and all them Islam?
First of all, Tazaryach know that we don't work. The Nation of Islam get criticized by Orthodox Muslims because we don't do nothing that they do. They wear beards, we don't wear beards. They wear thobes, we don't wear thobes. We say the black man is God. They don't believe. So when Tazaryach in this whole debate, he never said nothing about what the messenger taught or played what the messenger said. And that's why they jealous of the messenger. You can recognize that Farrakhan flipped the script on the messenger, just like when you see Aaron building a golden calf. How you gonna blame Moses? Most of the children of Israel went with Aaron. Just like now, most brothers going with Farrakhan. Most brothers went with Wallace. But when you see them, just like it was obvious with Moses, when they start talking that golden calf, it's obvious when you see Farrakhan kiss Flager. That's obvious. It's obvious when you see him accepting Scientology. That's obvious. But instead of people like Tazaryach, you know the messenger didn't teach that. You know the messenger wasn't for that. But because you jealous of him, you want ISUPK to be to the black man what the Nation of Islam is to the black man. So then you just spread lies. You say, oh, when did show me where the messenger taught us to worship the Kaaba or worship the moon or any of this stuff he's talking about. They just jealous of the messenger. That's what it is. And it's only going to be a few people.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
Can I add to that?
Who's that?
No, not before me.
All right, go ahead, Captain. You can respond.
Thank you. The title of this debate is, which was spoken about behind the scenes. I said to him, I want the Quran versus the Bible. And he agreed to it. So if they don't practice like those Muslims, then he should not have accepted the title of the debate. He should have said then, we don't follow the Quran like the Arabs do. He should have said, we follow message to the black man. He should have made the difference. Don't agree. I didn't make this title about Elijah Muhammad. I did not. You're a Muslim. I gave a title of the Quran versus the Bible because the Muslims believe in the Quran. So when you say about a jealousy of Elijah Muhammad, I don't see how that is because Elijah is not in the title. The only thing I did with Elijah was play the audio of his words where he said, thanks to your sellout brother, West Coast Cam, where he said that where he said that Muhammad was a white man. So that's not jealousy if it's true. I didn't defame him or anything like that. I disagreed on the belief system. Now, in fairness, though, when I start talking about the pedophile stuff, I use what Malcolm said about him. Even then, I'm using what Malcolm said about him. All I simply showed is that the Quran is different. So this ain't got nothing to do with jealousy. And what sa.neter said, I want everybody, when y'all play this back, when I asked him about that Kaaba, he said, we kiss the rock, but it's not worship. That came out of his mouth. When he had the opportunity to say, the Arabs worship that way, we don't. But he knows that Muslims, black Muslims, go over there and do that. So this wasn't about no jealousy. This was the Quran versus the Bible. Because you made it about what the Nation of Islam is doing, as opposed to the subject of the debate, is why it then turned to what y'all are doing and not doing, which is why it turned to talking about Muhammad more than talking about, the Nation of Islam more than talking about the debate. So you chose the title. That's not my fault.
So I didn't choose the title, number one. Number two,
sa.neter, was you on the phone?
Hold on, Cap.
The topic is Yahawah the same God as Allah from the Bible and the Holy Quran? I'm telling you that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is the Muhammad of the Quran, and he's the Elijah of the Bible. Just like the Bible talks about Jesus giving sight to the blind, Elijah Muhammad did that. Just like it talks about Elijah turns the hearts of the children to the fathers and the hearts of Elijah. I showed you how Elijah Muhammad turned the black man's heart to Islam. I showed that. I showed you the parallel between Moses and Elijah Muhammad. But you don't want to, you want to talk about Arabs. I showed you in the Holy Quran where Allah says he gives every nation their own acts of devotion. I showed you in the Holy Quran where Allah said he does not send a messenger but to the people speaking their language so that he could give them the message clear. So if you want to talk about Islam, you need to talk about the nation, not what Arabs did 14. That's why I told you that we don't know Allah because we read him in the Quran. We know Allah because he came in person like Allah came to Moses. Allah came to Noah. Allah came to all the prophets and made himself known, just like Master Farad Muhammad came and made himself known to us. That's what I said. And that's what the topic was about. And I proved that to you from Bible, Holy Quran, and actual facts history. I asked him to show us Yahawah, show us who Yahawah chose, show us the teachings of Yahawah and how that affected the black man. He didn't show us nothing. He talking about a spook that lived 2,000 years ago with Moses. How he proved his point. I'm telling you facts about history today, the prophecies in the Quran, how the messenger matched that in a real God that came and changed the black man, really gave him sight to the blind, really resurrected the dead. So it's like how I didn't prove the point.
I won't take as long as him. I don't need these soliloquies. He just said that wasn't the title of the debate and then read the exact title of the debate, what he agreed upon. He just did that.
I proved what I said.
I didn't interrupt you, man.
All right. Yeah, let him go. Let him go, Khalil.
The only man that's a man on this stage is me so far. So now he just said the title wasn't the title, then said that was the title. And the reason why you always talk about titles behind the scenes, because if somebody come at me with a title that I don't agree with, I'm going to say, no, I don't agree with that. I didn't mention Arabs. I mentioned everything in the Quran. You can beat your woman in the Quran. They pray facing Mecca in the Quran. The name of the God in the Quran is Allah. That's in the Quran. If you don't agree to that, then you should not have agreed to the title. Don't get mad at me because I stuck to the title and you did not stick to the title. The Kaaba is in the Quran. The Kaaba is not man-made by the Arabs. The Kaaba is written in the Quran that they have a house for it, that they prostrate and worship that Kaaba, which is why you said you bow down and kiss it. I was clear on the subject. Right? Why you
when did he talk about Yahawah?
Hold on.
When do we be men?
You don't go right after Tazaryach. You could go right after him. Go ahead, finish, Cap.
Like I want everybody to understand. You want to be a man, you come in the ISUBK. You want to be a feminine, be a fruit of Islam, because both of them been emotional. I didn't interrupt neither one of them in their speech when they was talking. I gave them the respect of the floor. Give the respect back. I would have been done. So again, I didn't make this about no envy, jealousy, or anything. He was talking trash on sa.neter channel. I said, let's see if they the same God. He accepted the challenge. If he didn't agree with the Quran, he could have said, no, we don't follow like them. And then I would have focused on the Nation of Islam. Once you say the Quran, I'm focusing on the Quran. It's not my fault that y'all worship one way, the Arabs worship another way. Y'all Muhammad is white, their Muhammad is an Arab. That's not my fault.
All right. Let's keep it respectful, brothers. Good debate. Brother Shabazz, you can respond, brother.
Nah, he never told us about Yahawah. The debate was about Yahawah and Allah. I'm telling you that Master Farad Muhammad is Allah. He came to America, chose the messenger. The messenger did for us the same thing that Jehovah did when he talked to Moses. Moses led them. So if he ain't mentioned Yahawah, if the topic is talking about Yahawah, in the Bible, Yahawah came to Moses. He taught Moses. Moses was the only one he taught. Moses led them. If he talking about Yahawah, how come he ain't talking about Yahawah doing that for us? I talked about how what Jehovah did for the children of Israel and Moses, Master Farad Muhammad did for us. So how am I not staying on? He never talked about Yahawah. He talking about what the Arabs did. He talking about the Kaaba. He talking about something that ain't got nothing to do with Yahawah. I asked him, okay, well, who did Yahawah teach in America? He couldn't. What did Yahawah teach that helped the black man? Nothing. All he doing is insulting the nation, saying stuff that's not true that we don't do. So if the whole debate, he ain't never said nothing about Yahawah. All he doing is telling us about all of this nonsense about Arabs. I'm telling you about Master Farad Muhammad. I'm telling you about the messenger. I'm telling you how his teachings changed us like Jehovah's teachings changed them. I told you about how when Moses went up on the mountain, the people changed and worshiped the golden calf, just like how Farrakhan and Wallace, when the messenger died, they changed the nation of Islam. How I'm not sticking to the topic. I'm talking about Allah. And I'm showing you Allah in the Quran and the Bible. He never talked about Yahawah, not one time.
All right, let's go to John Fort. What's up, man? You got a question, John? Unmute yourself.
Hey, Sal, respectfully to the stage and everything before John goes.
Hello?
Can we not have these long soliloquies? I mean, people
Yes,
are giving speeches
I got
we get to
I'm with you too. I'm with you on that. All right, let's keep it short, y'all. We winding down. Both of these brothers got something to do, and we want to almost end this thing right now. The debate is already over y'all. So right here, this is just the after party. Okay, John, let's go, John.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Peace to the panel.
Peace.
My first question, I'm gonna try to really be quick because they keep saying the same old thing over and over. Look, this is some male supremacy garbage. I ain't heard nobody talk about the woman and her role in humanity.
All right.
Okay, none of us will be here.
Stop, brother. This is not what that debate is about. You are lost, and you way off topic, brother. I'm gonna have to let you go. You talking about a woman debate now. All right, I'm gonna have to let you go. We don't want to waste no more time. Let me move on, because obviously you ain't get the title. Elder Suntan, let's go, brother. What's up, man? Unmute yourself, Suntan.
All right, peace to the panel, peace to everybody. Captain and our new brother. Here's my question first to Captain. Captain, you was going saying that they got the Nation of Islam got their word from a white man. But as I can remember, 1500 BC, and this was reality, not Bible history, because everything that the Christians and Israelite teachers, they say it's history, but it's not history because the Bible is not a history book. So what I'm saying, in 1500 BC, at the Council of Nicaea, that was white men, and that was the ones who gave that word. So I want to know what you have to say to that, and then I want to ask, and I'll say something else to the brother, because Captain, far as I'm gonna let you go. Far as I understand is, because I was a Christian for a long time, Captain. So I just want to know if you can tell me what color of the man was who taught you what you know, because like I said, the only true relationship to your Christianity is the Council of Nicaea, because that same book that you preach on every day. So go ahead.
Okay, so the color of the man that taught me was black, and Constantine was black too historically. It was black people that ruled Europe during that time. But even with that said, that doesn't match the same thing that Elijah Muhammad said about Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad said 14 years ago, the founder of Islam was white. That's the equivalent of me saying Jesus is white, or Moses is white, or Elijah is white, Isaiah is white. That's the difference. What you're asking me is Constantine translating records that was already written into English. So there's a difference there. So their prophet is a white man according to their teacher. At best, you could say a translator translated the Hebrew and the Greek into the language, but first of all, he's not white. So Constantine was not a white man. But let's say if he was a white man, he's not a prophet of God. They're saying their prophet of God is a white man. That's the difference.
Okay, and to your knowledge, you said that the word of God comes from a black man. No, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about General Yohana. I'm talking about.
I'm talking about Jesus, Paul, Matthew, all the books of the Bible. Those were black men.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
All right. Well, you got me straight on that. Now this is to my other brother here. I understand where you coming from, right? And your premise is perfectly clear. And all I can say is kudos to you. If that's what you believe in, stand on it, because FOI, they taught people to live right. They taught for the black man. So I kind of sticking with you on that. And in a whole nutshell, I just say this whole thing is religion thing is not for us. What is for us is to have spirituality and be good people. Peace.
sa.neter, I want to say something else too. I can't hear you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Shabazz. What you're saying?
Another thing, when did the messenger teach us that Prophet Muhammad was the? See, that's another thing. Where can you find where I show once again where Allah says, "I am the Lord of the worlds." I told you that Islam, you trying to use Islam and use it with the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I showed you in the Holy Quran that Allah sends prophets to all the people. He is a God of the righteous as well as the wicked. We never said that Elijah Muhammad never taught us that Muhammad was the founder of it. In the Holy Quran, it says all of the prophets was Muslims, starting with Adam. Nowhere does the Holy Quran, nowhere does Muslims, when they do the Hajj in Mecca, them rituals they do is after Hagar. When they do the call to prayer, that is after Bilal. Bilal was before Prophet Muhammad. Hagar was long before Prophet Muhammad. So how can you keep saying that our prophet is a white man? And that's what I'm saying. He never talks about the messenger. He never plays what the messenger says because he know the messenger was right. He can't find nothing wrong with what he did. So he continued to, the Holy Quran does not tell you to eat pork. When that revelation came, Muslims was being tortured. So Allah did not say that you can eat pork. He said he will forgive you. He didn't say in there, you could go eat pork. He don't say you can beat your wife. We don't worship the Quran. But if he gonna talk about Allah, we in the Nation of Islam believe Master Farad Muhammad is Allah. We believe that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is the messenger. Why did he not say nothing about them? All he do is use these little little jabs that Israelites do. Okay, I'm gonna talk about Master Farad Muhammad being a white man, but I'm not gonna talk about the fact that he raised up the messenger, that his teachings is what caused y'all to go out in the street and teach the black man.
All right, we gotta move forward, y'all.
If I could just take 60 seconds. First of all, as your fellow FOI member sent me the video, Elijah Muhammad said out of his own white mouth that Muhammad was a white man. That's what he said.
He said he the Muhammad of the Bible.
I always got to get interrupted, man. At some point, I'm probably going to turn up on you because you
don't turn up, Cap. Just stay disciplined. Stay disciplined, Cap.
Again, if you want to be a man, you can come into ISBK. I'll teach you how to be a man.
All right. Stay disciplined, Cap. Let's stay disciplined.
So when he say I didn't play nothing from Muhammad, from their Elijah Muhammad, I absolutely did. He said the Muhammad from 1400 years ago was a white man. He's the father of the Quran. Then he blurted out his mouth that Muhammad didn't say you can beat your woman. It says it in the surah. Deny them in the bed and then beat them. That's what it says. That's in the Quran. Now, whenever I have conversations with Muslims, I always say to Muslims, I'm not saying that you teach this. But the debate wasn't about what black Muslims teach. The debate was about what the Quran says and what the Bible says, and if it's the same God. So don't get mad at me if I can play audio of your teacher, and don't get mad at me if I can read a surah that says you can do that. We can move forward now, sir.
All right. Let me move forward. Hold on, brother Cam, because I want to get the brothers that ain't speak yet. We got a couple of more. That's it.
Yeah, I got I got to put my son to bed right here.
Hey, Captain, whenever you got a roll, just let me know. You good.
Okay.
The debate is
Let's
over
go.
already. We're just doing the after party.
Okay, I'll do like 2 more people.
Yeah, let me bring in Brother Lie's in the building. Brother Lie, let's go, brother.
Peace and blessings to all the brothers on the panel as well as your family.
Peace, brother.
Peace, brother, to you and your family as well.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Before I go any further, I'm going to say Bismillahi ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The premise, I'm looking at the title, and as I was on my way coming home, I heard a lot of things being said on behalf of the NOI, referring Elijah Muhammad as somewhat as being the prophet, and saying you were giving a comparison towards him being the same as the Prophet Muhammad in the Bible. Or not the Bible, excuse me, astaghfirullah for saying the Bible, saying the Quran. I perceive that as being somewhat, speaking from myself as being a Sunni Muslim, and other brothers will perceive that as being shirk and bitter. There's a clear, definitive difference between the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as well as a man that's alive, Elijah Muhammad. That comparison within itself, across the board as Muslims, would be perceived as shirk and bitter. Now, in regards to the premise of the title that was on the board, I believe it was a fixed fight from the beginning, brother. You took it upon yourself to debate this man under the premise of one title, and it was a fixed fight, brother. I just came here to just say that to you, Ak. No one keep.
Well, the Quran do states that in the Quran, Brother Lot, with all due respect, it tells you that Allah will send the prophet to every nation of his people. And I have to disagree with you on that. I have to say the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was indeed a messenger to his people. He came to his people. That's what I'm saying, because the debate is over. So now I'm saying that Elijah Muhammad was indeed a messenger to black people, not to all people. He came here to free the minds of black people, first and foremost. So I just had to throw that in there, brother.
And I want to just
and you're right. You're right, Brother La. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was damn sure different from the messenger of Muhammad of the Quran that you're saying that, you know, Prophet Muhammad. I agree with you. He came for his people. Elijah came for his people.
If I could, to Brother Lau.
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, I'll be brief. When you say the title is fixed, when I debate certain subjects, right, especially with Muslims, and not just a black Muslim. So, and I have to say black because y'all are two different type of Muslims. So I've debated Sunni Muslims on this same subject, because for me, that's when you get down to the nitty gritty. That's almost the only subject that I would debate any Muslim on. So I wouldn't say it's a fixed in a sense. Now, you don't have to agree to it, but that's pretty much almost the only debate that I would debate a Muslim on. I wouldn't really debate him on anything else, but he didn't have to accept it though.
Could I respond, sir?
Yes, go ahead. Hey, hold up, Brother Lai. You finished?
I'm gonna let the brother speak.
Go ahead, Brother Shabazz.
Hey, before you go, I got one more after this, like maybe 5 more minutes.
And we'll let Cam get back in too, being that y'all talking about that. Go ahead, Shabazz.
We comparing the Allah of the Quran with Yahawah. In the Bible and Holy Quran, every person who represented Jehovah Allah, they met him. He never said nothing about nobody in America meeting Yahawah. How can we talk? The topic be, is Allah and Yahawah the same from the Bible and Holy Quran? Every instance that you talking about God in the Bible, he came to one representative. That one representative told the people about the God. It happened like that in the Quran. It's always one person who the God always talks to, and that one person leads everybody else. So if I'm telling you that Master Farad Muhammad is Allah, he chose the messenger just like Jehovah chose Moses, just like Allah chose Noah, just like with Lot, just like with Jonah. How am I not on topic? And he never mentioned Yahawah coming and making a representative one time. He didn't tell us what did he teach that helped guide the black man. None of that. I'm showing you what Master Farad Muhammad taught to the messenger, help all of black people, like what Moses taught from Jehovah, help all of the children of Israel. But I'm not on topic. But because he throwing out insults, what does the Kaaba have to do with Yahawah? What does the beating your wife stuff have to do with Yahawah? When you gonna tell us who did Yahawah choose? Like Jehovah chose Moses, Jehovah chose Noah, he chose Jonah, he chose Jesus. Who did Yahawah choose? He don't say nothing. He can't say Abba Bivens, he can't say Yaqub, he can't say nobody. But what he does is he just throw out insults. Like, how is that staying on topic? When I gave the same similarities of the messenger to all of the prophets, Muhammad, Jesus, all of them saw God and they represented God to all the people. What they taught them changed all the people. He can't say that Yahawah did that.
No, Maki, no. I agree with you 110%. What I'm speaking about in regards to Aki is this. The premise itself is speaking in regards for Islam. Correct?
Correct.
That being the case, understanding and seeing the title for what it was, I think, my opinion, it would have been better off stating the Nation of Islam's teaching instead of isolating it towards Islam. Because as a fellow Muslim myself, from the outside looking in, this platform and this debate now will be characterized as Islam as a whole, when in ideologies and our teachings under the Sunnah, under the Hadiths, is entirely different than, prime example, with the NOI practices. When I get up in the morning for Fajr, you're not getting up in the morning for Fajr prayer the same way I make Salat, the same way I make Al-Fatiha in the morning for Fajr prayer. You don't do the same, brother.
But if I give you the Holy Quran verse, you as an Orthodox Muslim, you know the black man was robbed of a knowledge of self. We thought we was Negroes in color and we ate hard. We knew nothing about Islam. The Holy Quran says Allah only sends a prophet with the language of his people so that he can get the message clear. So if you as an Orthodox Muslim in America, what black man who speak your language taught you Islam that you practicing now? You can't give an answer. None of the Orthodox Muslims, because that's the rule in the Quran, that you can't get Islam from Orthodox Muslims coming over here telling you about Salat and the Hadith. It says that Allah raises not a messenger, but with the language of his people so that he can give him Allah's message clear. Y'all Orthodox Muslims talk about the messenger, but show us an Orthodox Muslim that practice what you talking about that helped the black man in America. All of us, not just you because you like Orthodox Islam, because Allah sends a messenger to the people. He don't send a messenger just for you to say, I'm an Orthodox Muslim. The messenger's teachings helped the black men in prison. It helped black men who wasn't even in the nation. Who can you say as an Orthodox Muslim came and did that for the black man, if that's a rule in the Quran?
I guess you're misunderstanding the premise that I'm trying to explain to you, brother. What I'm explaining to you is this. The premise itself within the title of definitively defining it as Islam. The perception that people are going to take from this is that the NOI is the definitive flag for Islam as a whole. And what's happening is they're marginalizing it towards Islam just being the NOI. and all the teaching spewing out towards black empowerment and things of that nature is definitively entwined into the fiber of Islam. And that's so far from the truth.
So you as a Muslim, an Orthodox Muslim, you say that about us. But in the Quran, every prophet was sent to their people. That's the point that everybody that you missing. The Holy Quran specifically says that Allah raises up a messenger, but with the language of his people, so if we black people in America, if Allah want us to know Islam and we didn't know Islam, according to the Quran, it's supposed to be another black person in America with us who Allah chooses to give us Islam, not an Orthodox Muslim coming over here telling us about what we do is haram and all of that. Because what we practice in America as black people in America is what caused Orthodox Muslims to come here. Orthodox Muslims wasn't coming over here spreading Islam. We don't smoke. Orthodox Muslims smoke. Orthodox Muslims drink alcohol. Orthodox Muslims will sell another black person pork. We don't even touch pork. We wouldn't sell our brother pork. But them same Muslims who you talking about telling us what we doing is wrong, they'll sell a black person some pork.
All right. Let's move on.
Brother, my premise, brother.
Okay.
I didn't come to argue with you, brother. As we seen on the channel right now, brother, as all of us being Muslims. And I perceive all of us being brothers a part of the Ummah. I didn't come here to argue with you or debate. I'm just giving you clarity so it's seen from the outside, looking in for other brothers and sisters that follow Islam. And what I'm looking at in the chat that my wisdom had to tell me what's going on. The definitiveness in the argument amongst brothers in regards for the deen of Islam. I just want to give my insight on it to another Muslim brother.
No.
What's being seen.
Sit down.
Like the video. Thumb up the video. All right. Captain, you want to say something before you go, or?
Yeah, I appreciate it in the spirit of me talking trash. So I got 3 Muslims on here going back and forth. This was a perfect title. I got 2 Fruit of Islam. They don't agree with each other. And then I got Brother La coming in here with the Sunni side. This was the perfect title. I didn't force nobody to agree to the title. I didn't force nobody to accept it. I presented the title. You accepted it. So when I go to talking about the Quran and the title has Quran and Bible, I stick to it. When he said I was making like attacks and stuff like that, showing that you could beat your woman in the Quran, it's just in the Quran. Showing you can circle the Kaaba is in the Quran. Showing that you pray facing Mecca is in the Quran. Quran is in the title. Islam is not in the title. The title of this debate is Captain Tazaryach versus Khalil Shabazz. Is Yahawah and Allah the same God according to the Quran and the Bible? So all I did, even if anybody goes back and look at the presentation, I showed even the holidays. I showed how they got the different high holy days for the Quran versus the different high holy days in the Bible. So it's not my fault if I can clearly go into the Quran and show that these are 2 different gods. Even the names are different. So there was no slander from that side. So sa.neter, I appreciate you having me on this platform.
Thank you, Captain. I appreciate you coming through. And before you go, Captain, the reason why I got this slide up is because somebody in the audience said that I was wrong and they accused me of lying. Well, here it is in the Quran, 16:36. And we certainly sent into every nation a messenger. So the person that said I was wrong, you're wrong, bro. We certainly sent. Brother Lai would have told me right there. He would say, nah, sorry, you're wrong, brother. That's not what it means. You know how the Hebrews do? The Hebrews say, nah, brother, that's the wrong context. Well, Brother Lai would have told me straight up, nah, brother, you're wrong. The prophet didn't say he sent people and a messenger to every nation. But because Brother Lai didn't say that, he know that that is correct, that I was correct. Anyway, let me go to a brother real quick. B7, Captain. Thank you, Captain.
No sweat. Peace. Salute, y'all.
Hey, before you go, I want to publicly,
one more thing before you go. I know you said the
Wait,
last
Cam,
hold
go ahead.
on.
Wait, go
Hold
ahead,
on,
Cam.
Cam. Go ahead, Cam.
Yeah, because I got to go too, but I just want to get a confirmation if Brother Tazaryach and Khalil will do this again with me. You know
I
what
would
I'm saying?
say we can all just have a discussion. I say not a
Yeah, we
debate.
can talk about it behind the scenes. Cam, you got my number still. I got your number.
Yeah.
Give me his number, Captain.
We know how to communicate. It's
Yeah.
just you put and I hit you on Instagram about, you said you want to see a dead body and the FOI is gonna fall.
I did.
again
It
and
was
all
a
of that.
dead body.
So that's
That's
what I'm
why
saying.
all
So
y'all up here talking.
just- you
It was a
cutting
dead
me
body.
off, bro. You cutting me off.
I'm trying to
So,
leave.
I'm just telling you why I'm asking for another, you know what I'm saying, discussion. But me and Khalil never met. We, you keep saying your fellow FOI, just like you got Hebrew Israelites that's not your fellow Hebrew Israelites, because they call you hypocrites and fakers and all of that, right? So I want to extend an invite for both of y'all separately to have a discussion with me live. We could do it with sa.neter, or we can do it on our own. Are y'all willing to do that again with me?
Go with sa.neter. It makes it better.
Are y'all willing to do that with me?
Do it with sa.neter.
I'm fine with that.
Makes
But
it a whole lot better.
I just want to make sure you understand, though. For you
I mean,
to be
I
FOI,
understand. That's no problem. You getting into feelings and
You
emotions. I'm just
FOI
asking
and he
you for another
FOI.
discussion.
That's like me and Katazai being ISUBK and on this
Bro, I'm
stage
just asking you for a
I'm just showing you the difference.
And you gotta repent too, Cam. You gotta repent, brother.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
You still against your brother, man. That's even though y'all might not agree, that's still your brother. Y'all believe in
my brother. That's not
He
my
said
brother.
that's not his brother, Si. He said that's not his brother.
That's not my brother.
That's not your brother, Cam.
Yeah.
Brother, Cam is not your brother.
No.
Hey,
I
Si,
mean,
if I could just get 30
our
seconds
kind is
before I go. Wait, Cam, you staying? I'm
listen to me.
Wait,
Listen
Cam,
to
you
me.
staying? Cam, wait, hold on, Cam. You
Listen to
staying?
me.
No,
Listen
listen
to
to
me.
me. I'm about to leave. You staying? So
I'm about to leave too. We both about to leave.
Okay,
If
so-
Farrakhan is a hypocrite, that's you not my brother.
Okay, he said what he said. What I just want to point out is that when he say other Israelites would call me a hypocrite, he's correct. But another ISUBK member wouldn't do that. So he's
I don't know what our rules are.
I'm just telling you. So he's FOI, you FOI. That's like Katazai being ISUBK.
That's two people claiming to be FOI. That's two people claiming to be FOI. That's why you're supposed to do a showdown and prove who's who and what's what.
The man been emotional since he been on here. So now that's like me and Katazai being on this stage together and seeing us go back and forth. So I just want to point out, West Coast Cam is like Dr. Reggie.
Don't go nowhere. I gotta ask him this question before you break out, Cap.
Okay. That's like when Reggie gave that information to Nazi. sa.neter.
Yeah. Reggie. I called Reggie. I said he was committing treason, right?
Yeah, you did. You called Reggie out on it, man. But before I go, you said you want to do something before I go.
want to ask Cam this question. He's saying that brother Khalil is not his brother because he called Farrakhan a hypocrite. Do you worship Farrakhan or do you worship the Honorable Elijah Muhammad? Not only that, do you also agree with Minister Farrakhan for suspending and kicking Khalil out the Nation of Islam for banging on the Jews, which he taught Khalid what to do and how to do it? Everything that Khalid said to them, he got from the Minister Farrakhan. So you agree with Farrakhan on that part? Come on, unmute yourself, brother.
1000%. And yourself, hold on, don't cut me off. Yourself, every individual that disagrees or has an issue or that disagrees with that, I challenge each one of y'all personally, without no other people on here, me and you to go all the way through it.
So you agree with Farrakhan?
Man worshippers, man. I told you, Si.
Look, man, hold on. So you also agree with Minister Farrakhan kissing the Jew on the right and left side of the cheek?
Kissing a Jew? Kissing a human being?
Yeah, he kissed a European Jew who he said was the synagogue of Satan. You agree with all of that?
That's just like if we saying Prophet Muhammad was a
No, brother. No.
Listen, I agree. Listen to me. I agree with everything that you ever seen Minister Farrakhan do since he woke back up.
Well, then Brother Shabazz is right.
Don't cut me off, bro.
Right.
So
Farrakhan took the bag just like the rest of them.
Doing the emotional thing, and when I can't even complete a sentence without y'all breaking in, but then y'all calling me emotional.
Conversation with you.
Y'all keep cutting me off, like, so that's not really civilized conversation. So that's why I was quiet. I stayed here, like brother said. You've been on here 40 minutes. You said you was gonna leave 40 minutes because I had to check myself and follow y'all's protocol and follow y'all's respect. You know what I'm saying? I sat here just so I could say this, and now I can't even say this without y'all interrupting.
Brother, you got the floor. Go ahead.
So that's what I'm saying. So personally, you know, a personal invite to Brother Tazaryach to do this again, because we did two kind of like discussions before, but I never did one with Khalil, and I want to do one with you, sa.neter, just separate. Will y'all agree to do that with me? And then I'll get out of here. Yes, that's a yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm down with that. Just hit me up.
So we set it up, and anybody else that wants to, you know, to do this with me, you can hit me in my DM at West Coast Cam on Instagram at West Coast Cam, and let's set it up immediately.
Okay, that means you also agree with the Scientology and all that stuff.
All that. Let's talk about everything.
Right. That's thank you.
Hey, you know what? Hey, before y'all do a sit down, wait, Khalil. Before y'all do a sit down, y'all may not know West Coast Cam. So I think you should do like an interview with the brother.
Yeah, I know who you see.
This brother got a good history from hip hop and Islam. Now, this is me talking outside of debate, right? So I think it would be a good, and Cam, just so you understand, when sa.neter does it, he always does like an introduction of anybody that comes in that the audience may not know, so they can get familiar with you. So what I'm saying first, before y'all do like a debate, maybe do like an interview that might turn into like a Q&A type of debate, but I definitely think y'all should do that. I think that would be good for both.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm not even interested in debate. We can disagree. We can call it a discussion or a conversation. We don't want to call it no debate.
Whatever y'all want. But I think if it started with sa.neter and you, I think that would be best, because you and I have done it already, but you and sa.neter have not. So
we don't have the same disagreements though. So I never heard of sa.neter. I personally never heard sa.neter. I personally never heard sa.neter saying the disrespectful stuff about the nation that you saying.
I mean, well, there's only one me.
So no, that's what I'm saying. So I'm not gonna get at him the way I get at you.
Well, I'm gonna let you
get at me, but I get what you're saying.
I'm going with the messenger over Farrakhan any day. And
okay, that's great. We talk about that.
Hold on, Farrakhan have deviated from the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
He said that himself.
Oh, okay, there you go. Okay.
So he said, but that's what I said. Ever since he woke back up, ever since 1981, right?
Yeah.
So since 81, you got a problem?
Yeah, since he took that bag from Arthur Costello, man.
Hey, salute to the panel.
I don't even know who you are, but
never mind. Go ahead.
Salute to the panel. So just let me know when this is over, but salute to the panel. This is a hell of a debate. Anytime I can come in a debate, and when the debate is over, I got 3 different type of Muslims going at it. Hell of a debate.
Nice.
Until next time. That's what I was trying to avoid. I wasn't trying to debate or argue with Muslim brothers, man.
Brother Lie, man. Come on, man.
And I wasn't trying to have that narrative be drawn. That's why I talked specifically to that Muslim brother.
Brother Lie, before you hit that link, you know that this is the toughest environment, right, brother? You do know that, right? Don't have me pull out the violin, brother. Please.
It's not about being the toughest environment. That's why I was speaking directly to that Muslim brother. Because I knew what the narrative was going to be drawn up as.
All right, I got you, brother. I got you. Yes, go ahead. Who was speaking now, man?
It's me. Oh, go ahead.
I never got a chance to speak, son.
Go ahead then.
I'm kind of upset that I didn't get a chance to talk to Captain or Brother West Coast Cam, who I'm from the West Coast. I grew up with that brother's music. He's a legend, one of the greatest of all time from the West Side. So but I do have a couple of questions for Brother Khalil Shabazz. Peace to you, brother. First, I want to say peace to you. Everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat. My question to you is, I agree. First, I have to say I do agree that Captain won that debate, because one thing about Captain, he doesn't agree with debates unless he can actually, it's about the title. 99% of what Captain debate is about what the title is. From what I've been seeing him, he's a master at picking the title and debating that title. And I think he did a better job than you, even though you gave some great information, especially on the Great Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I appreciate the information you gave. But my question to you is, I agree that Captain is worshiping a mystery God. But what would you say if I would tell you that I believe that the Nation of Islam is worshiping a mystery God? Because I grew up I got my knowledge of self under the Nation of Islam and was passed the Supreme Book of Wisdom by the 5% Nation, and then I grown by studying other scholarship and history in itself. So studying the Farad Muhammad, I came into a lot of roadblocks. Like, would you say that Farad Muhammad had an alias of Wallace Dodd?
No, sir. The messenger already cleared that up about Master Farad Muhammad and Wallace Dodd Ford.
I've read and studied that too, but there's holes in what the messenger spoke
Okay,
on.
so this just like with Tazaryach. Nobody ever talks about what the messenger accomplished. It's always the criticism about stuff that has nothing
Well, let's
to
not
do.
sidetrack. We're strictly talking about him as your God,
right?
And the
So
criteria of what a mystery God is,
right?
Right.
So if the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is the representative of Allah, just like Moses was, because none of the people saw Jehovah but Moses. He was the only one who saw him. So Moses was Jehovah's representative. So Moses's teachings helped all of them. They didn't know how to eat to live. We didn't know how to eat to live before the messenger. We didn't love black before the messenger. We didn't know how to unite. We didn't have business. We didn't know how to do nothing, but he changes all of that. But we want to talk about, was Master Farad Muhammad Wallace Dodd Ford? Why you can't just accept what if his teachings is what taught you the knowledge of self, what you saying? His teachings transformed the black man, like Eldridge Cleaver said. Our drug-free life started in the prison. So why won't you believe what the messenger said about Master Farad Muhammad instead of somebody who not trying to do nothing for you tell you that Master Farad Muhammad is Wallace Dodd Ford? Why would you listen to
why
him?
I don't believe, brother, is because I don't go through the teachings of show and prove like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught. You got to show and prove, right? No one show and prove to me the lineage of Farad Muhammad. No one has showed and proved to me that an actual picture of Farad Muhammad. That painting that you guys all have hung up above your walls is a painting, not an actual picture of him, other than the picture you would say that people say that Wallace Dodd took. Those pictures that they say that of Wallace Dodd, that some Muslims from the Nation of Islam says that is Farad Muhammad. Like Wesley Muhammad would argue that Wallace Dodd is Farad Muhammad.
Right.
He has a lecture of that. But my point to you, brother, is he's a mystery. The FBI right now, Farad Muhammad, or Wallace Dodd, as they would call him, is disappeared. He's the standing most wanted person in the history of the FBI right now. And there's no lineage. They speak of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad did speak about his mother and his father, but there's no lineage to prove. There's no records to prove that he had a mother and father, right? There's no brothers and sisters or uncles. There's no DNA to be gotten to prove that this man existed if he wasn't Wallace Dodd. And if he's not Wallace Dodd, then he's some mystery God that you guys are, because in the same breath that you synonymized Moses and Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Aaron and Farad Muhammad, that's a mystery story. That story isn't true history, right? I have problems with your doctrine when it comes to the story of Shabazz as real history, the story of the 24 scientists, the story of Yaqub as real histories. These are stories, but couldn't be proven historically. So my question to you, brother, is you guys have not proven that Farad Muhammad, one, is actual a person that he met, because he's the only person that met him, or there's a small group of people who said they met him, right? and can show and prove that he was an actual real person if he's not Wallace God.
So this is why the stories in the Bible and the Holy Quran are so important, because people say they believe that.
So you believe the Bible is history?
Let me explain.
Peace,
When
everybody.
you talking about,
let him talk. Go ahead, brother.
When you talking about Prophet Muhammad, nobody saw Allah. They only knew about Allah what Prophet Muhammad told them. With Moses, they never saw Jehovah. They only had to go with what Moses said. With Noah, with Lot, with Jonah. With Jesus, with every prophet, Allah only reveals himself to one person. That one person tells you what Allah says. The people who follow that one person are successful, but the people who don't are not. So you can raise every question you want to raise about, well, we don't have a lineage for them. They didn't have a lineage for Jehovah. They didn't have a lineage with Prophet Muhammad, Jonah, Noah. But what these prophets taught about the messenger and what Allah told them to teach, it helped them. Just like with Prophet Muhammad. Them brothers in the Panthers, they wasn't Muslims, but they followed what the messenger taught. And even as non-Muslims, they said our drug-free life started in the prison. So you gonna tell me that I'm gonna listen to a person tell me, well, we don't know the lineage of Master Farad Muhammad, and I'm gonna stop believing in him for that. But I'm gonna look at how Master Farad Muhammad's teachings helped 50 million black people morally. We didn't know nothing about. We was eating hog. Our names, we was Jenkins, Jackson, Jones, Smith, Culpeper. We was scared of the white man. We didn't have no teachings to challenge them. The messenger taught us that black is superior over white, when the white man taught us white was superior over black. But the white man or whoever come and say, but you don't know the lineage of Master Farad. So I'm just gonna throw all that away and just say, no, all them brothers I seen transform, all of the businesses, all, come on, man. Because none of the prophets, when they came, they was the only one who saw Allah, and they was the one who told the people about, and the people could accept it or reject it.
Okay, can somebody else speak up?
Real quickly, yeah, I was just going to say that. Thank you very much, Neil Spike. I want to ask, if you've already asked questions of the debaters, there are some brothers backstage as well. By the way, if you are backstage, we have to see your face. Please, if one of you brothers would voluntarily go backstage for a minute and let somebody else come up, because we're a full house.
But I had just got on and spoken. I'm sorry, sister, but I've been waiting for almost an hour to speak.
Brother, I didn't say, I said voluntarily. If you, brother, I'm not just talking to you. Anybody who wants to just step back for a minute, we have some brothers backstage. So, Neil, let 7, please keep it concise, like less than 6
I'm going to keep it short.
Because I need Neil to come on in, and then we need to get this rolling, because we do have a lot of brothers waiting. I appreciate everybody's patience. Thank you. Go ahead, 7.
I just want to say I apologize, brother, for cutting you off while you were speaking. But I want to say this. You just told me a whole bunch of religious rhetoric. You didn't give me any proof of Farad Muhammad. You went on the usual spiel of, please don't get me wrong, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the information that is supposedly came from Farad Muhammad has helped our people. But we have to keep it real. We can't be happy with this literalism. I have the same discussions with Christians, Hebrews. Everybody on this panel know I'm about the history. So when we want to talk about the history in those areas, we have to do the same with the Nation of Islam. And there's troubling history there. So I just wanted to address it. I'm gonna go and hit up my brother Cam on Instagram. We're gonna have this same discussion. And I just want to say peace to you, brother, and I'll let somebody else talk.
Don't go nowhere, though. I want to talk to you too.
Okay, well, Neil,
I'm here.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much, 7. Go ahead, Neil.
All right, peace to the panel. I just want to say, and this is to the crowd listening to, the audience, the general listening audience, we, for years, if we go back in history and study our historical name from people on the outside of us, we started, the oldest name they can find for us here, our people I'm talking about, is African. Okay, but yet all these foreign deities, Arabian Allahs, Hebrew Yahwehs, are all trying to infect and just disease us, I would say, because none of us are talking about Yoruba deities or Ra or ancient Kemetic deities like Jabari and Shaka. These brothers are like lights for us because for years they wasn't even allowing blacks to read. And notice that the oldest of our histories is the stuff that's barely coming up now in the new day with all of y'all who've been around all this time that the white man been giving y'all this information to teach us. We need the African energy back because we looking like sellouts on planet Earth. And I end with that. I'll let y'all go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know who Neil was addressing, but if you have not spoken and you want to come in, I know the brother Khalil Shabazz has been up here for a minute. Daniel Omawale, have you spoken?
Oh, can you hear?
Have you
No, I
spoken?
haven't spoken. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead and ask
No,
a
I haven't
question
spoken.
or give your piece because we want to get this
Okay,
moving.
I have one to address Captain Tazaryach. He makes a false claim that Malcolm X called the Honorable Elijah Muhammad a pedophile. And that's not true. He can't show where Malcolm X uttered the word pedophile referring to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's a lie. Okay. And then another thing, those sisters that took him to probate court, their sisters dropped the charge. Okay. So a lot of that stuff is not true. Okay. And what else I was going to say? There was a lot of there. When he talked about the messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad never said he was a prophet. He said he was a messenger. That's another fallacy. Okay. You say I'm the fulfillment of the prophet. I'm not prophet, but I'm a fulfillment of the prophet. Okay, that was another fallacy. Okay. So, there's a lot of stuff that was I didn't agree with. And I wanted to ask the captain where he get that from, what Malcolm referred to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad as a pedophile. That's not true.
It was more so just him regurgitating information that he heard from somebody else, brother.
Yeah.
Speaking
And also I want to address,
that's all it was.
Okay, and when you talk about Islam, there's nowhere in the Quran that says Sunni Muslim. It says Muslim. Okay.
And I concur with you 110%, brother. I concur with you.
14 years ago, according to which I believe, Muhammad for 14 years ago came with the Quran. So the hadith is man-made. Matter of fact, the hadith is bid'ah, which I call in Arabic innovation.
Brother,
yeah, I know what I'm talking about because I study Orthodox Islam. I study the Nation Islam teaching. I know what I'm talking about.
Brother, and that's why the premise when I first came on.
And the whole Quran tells you that the devil Arab is the worst of hypocrisy. So why would I follow some Arab from overseas? Okay, the Quran said a water will come to a people to whom no water has came to. That's talking about the black people in America. Okay, and you would say, oh, Arab and the Arab Quran, I would not understand either one. So he had to speak the language of the people. Muhammad is a foreigner. The Quran tells you not to follow a foreigner. Okay.
Okay. Let's let this whoever wants to respond to that. We have some other people came in, and yeah. Does the brother Khalil Shabazz have anything to say about what this brother is saying, or about what Neil Spite said?
I like what the brother Daniel. I like what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? I like what the brother's saying. Who is Neil? Who was Neil?
Neil was the brother who previously spoke about he left, but he spoke about the African.
Only thing I have to say about that is that none of them African deities came to the black man. Everybody want to bring their deities after the fact because the playing field was wide open. The messenger taught us that the fields is wide open. It's wide open fields for the wide awake Muslim. Telling us ain't nobody out here doing nothing trying to resurrect the black man. So the field is wide open. When the Honorable Elijah Muhammad came to teach the black man, everybody can talk this talk. Nobody was trying to teach the black man nothing. The fields was wide open. So he encouraged Muslims after you learn the teachings of the messenger to spread it. If it help you, it'll help another brother. So now everybody or a lot of people now, after the messenger did all the dirty work, he calls the black man to love himself, know how to eat to live. Now the brothers want to talk about African deities. So all I would have to say to that brother is We don't know no African deities that came to the black man and raised up a messenger. Only person we know who raised up a messenger was Master Farad Muhammad and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Thank you very much, Khalil Shabazz. And we will move on to, we have Brother Yahawah, Elder Yahawah joining. Peace, Elder Yahawah. What would you like to add?
Yeah, peace and blessings to you, Sister Depar, to the debaters tonight, Captain Tazaryach and good brother from the FOI. Interesting debate. But I do want to say, though, in your Quran, does it not state that that the Torah is to be looked at and favored, that it is the actual foundation of the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad? With that being said, in regards to the Torah itself, when you say there's no other deity that brought a messenger to the black man, the Torah clearly talks about Yahawah. I know some say Yahweh. I heard you say Jehovah earlier. But wouldn't that give some validity to the argument that Yahweh, in fact, did or indeed brought a messenger to the people? Even if you say that messenger is Muhammad, it would have to be by default Yahweh.
But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that in the Bible, Allah has many names. You might see it as Yahawah. But the main point of the scriptures is to tell us how Allah operates. In the scripture, Allah only chooses one. That's the point that Tazaryach, because a lot of people might feel like, oh, Tazaryach proved this point. But if you talking about the God of the Bible, and every prophet that the God of the Bible raised, he only raised one. He taught that one person, and that one person taught everybody else. So if Yahawah never came to us, he never raised up a messenger, he never, so how can you say you know who Yahawah is? When every prophet in the Bible, Allah did not reveal himself to all the people, it was just one person. So this Yahawah, that's just a name in the Bible, like Jehovah, like Jesus, the Father. Some people say the Most High. But until Allah makes himself known to a prophet or a messenger, the people don't know who he is. That's the whole purpose of a messenger. The whole purpose of Moses was to teach the people about Jehovah. The whole purpose of the messenger was to teach us about Master Muhammad. So we don't look at Jehovah or Yahawah like he's some God. He's just a name that y'all use to talk about the stories in the Bible. But Master Farad Muhammad is a real life person. He had a real life teaching. He had a real life messenger. That teaching had a real life change over us. So we look at that and say, well, in the Bible, Allah did the same thing for them. So Master Farad Muhammad must be God. He fit all of that. So that's how we roll. We don't just look at a name and say, well, since it say Yahawah, if this God don't come and say Yahawah, he ain't. No, if he did what Yahawah did for the children of Israel and what Yahawah did for Noah and what Yahawah did for Nineveh, then he must be who they talking about Yahawah is, because he came and did the same thing for us. That's what we saying. Master Farad Muhammad did for us what Jehovah did for Moses and them. That's the point that I'm making. And as long as everybody got that point from me, I'm satisfied.
Okay, great. Just one follow-up question, and I'll jump off. Then who is there a messenger mentioned in the Injil?
It's many messengers mentioned in the Injil.
Exactly. There are many messengers mentioned in the Injil. Would Yeshua be one of those messengers?
Like I said before, we believe that those are stories of the prophets. The story of the purpose of the story is to show us how God operates. The story, it's not intended for us to be looking for that name to come back 2,000 years later. We're not looking for Jesus. We're not looking for Muhammad. We're not looking for none of them. But we see the example that Allah made through them. We're looking for that person.
You're not looking for Muhammad to return?
No, sir. We're not looking for Muhammad of 1,400 years ago. We had the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He was born among us. Why we need to wait for Prophet Muhammad?
So
how will we even know if he came?
So what messenger are you looking for? You're saying Elijah Muhammad was it?
Elijah Muhammad was it, just like Moses was it.
So you don't agree with anything that the hadiths have to say about that?
No, sir. The hadith. We was over here for 400 years. Who gave us a hadith?
I'm asking you a question. Did you?
No,
you
I don't read.
He just answered your question, brother.
I read Message to the Black Man. I don't read hadiths. None of that.
Elder Yahawah, he just answered your question, brother.
I don't know who's talking to me, but I didn't ask you anything. So I'm talking directly to this brother. So again, he claims that there are many messengers in the Injil, but then he contradicts himself and says that there's Elijah Muhammad is the messenger. That's not what any of your prophets say. The Fruit of Islam made that up.
So in the gospel, in the Injil,
it ain't Elijah Muhammad.
Right. Just let me finish. It says in the Injil that when he comes, and the name that Jesus says is the Spirit of Truth. He said when he comes, he will lead you into all truth. So you had an Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You got a black man, black women that's in the mud that don't know how to unite, don't know how to open business, hate theyself. They eat hog. They got the white man's name. Every area of life we failing in. He not only lead us in religion, he lead us in business. He lead us in morality. He tell us how to dress. He tell us how to get married. He tell us how to eat. So when Jesus say the Spirit of truth will come, he will lead you in all truth. Why would I see Elijah Muhammad as the Spirit of truth if he led us in all truth? I got to wait for somebody to say Spirit of truth? Or am I looking for what the Spirit of truth accomplishes? The Spirit of truth leads you into all truth like Elijah Muhammad did. So we look at Elijah Muhammad as the Spirit of truth because he fulfilled that work. We're not looking for a name. Those names only represent actions. The actions is what helps the black man, not the name.
All right. Hey, Nicole, thank you, baby. Thank you for holding.
You're very welcome. King, I just want to let you know. Thank you, Yahawah. Thank you. I just want to let you know the brother, the one, has been waiting for a minute. And
okay.
All right, everybody. Thank you, brothers. I'm going to leave.
One is on the call. Thank you, Queen. Thank you, Nepal. Brother, let's go. The one, Brother Lai, you can go next.
All praise to the Most High. Thank the Most High for sa.neter in this platform. sa.neter, you do a real good job.
Thank you,
Every time you put the debates out, I learn a lot. But I'm gonna say this right here. I don't mean to step on nobody's toes.
Step on the toes, goddammit. Step on.
All right. Well, I'm gonna step on the toes. Then I'm from the deep south. I'm from Louisiana, so I watch and see everything. So I'm finna step on the toes. So Islam and Christianity got a parallel. Christianity moved with the. Hold on, let me finish. Christianity moved with the sword first, and then Islam 500 years after the move with the sword. So at a period of time, so Christianity say, you know what? We ain't got to move the sword now. It's acceptable. Islam the same thing. But the thing with the Israelites is the Most High breaking down all the strongholds. He said, you know what? You can try Christianity. You can try Islam. Now the brother was talking about how Islam came in on the black man and gave them an out and teach people how to be a family and everything. But the Israelites do that too. But the difference is this right here with the Israelites, you ain't finna have no drug dealing because we not finna have it. We ain't finna have nobody disrespecting the black woman because we not finna have it. We about building families, worship the Most High. Christ is our King, and waiting him to come back. And the Most High sitting us to make y'all pick a side. So y'all can roll with our lives. You can roll with the white man, Christian God. You can roll with Buddha, with all these people. But man, when that sky crack, bro, you pick the side, they're gonna be on you. You won't, like the scriptures say, what if some don't believe? That's on you. That's why every time Captain Tazaryach come out here, he crush shit. Every time. I don't know this man having a long debate without the Bible, crush it. And to net it to net it everything.
Yo, hold up, brother. No profanity, brother. No profanity.
To net it right, he used your own people to say that Ross Muhammad is a white man. He didn't go no outside source. He used the people that you know that did speeches that said this man was there. Now I don't know what to tell you. That man ain't say Google or none of this right here. He pulled y'all main two people that y'all look up to say this man. They said it. He didn't say it. They said it. So if you got any problem, have a problem with them, you got to go back and either dig this man up out the ground or go holler at this man that this other man say, like sa.neter say, kiss the Jewish man on both sides of the cheek. Holler at him, ask him why he did that. Don't holler at Captain Tazaryach and sa.neter. They just brought the proof. Yeah, what it is. Hey, sa.neter, I got to go, man. Keep bringing it, bro. Keep having Tazaryach to break down these strongholds. What you told him, Salakia. I see you, sa.neter. I see you. I'll be wild.
All right, brother Live, man. This is a hard act to follow, brother. You up next, man. Let me see what you got, man. Where the smoke? Is Islam making you passive? Is Islam making you soft? Or what you gonna do, brother? What you gonna do when the sword is on you, brother? Let's go, brother Live.
Once again, Aki, I'm speaking to you.
To who?
I'm speaking to Aki on the top.
Okay. It's two Akis on the top. There's two brothers up there on the top.
There's only one Muslim brother that's on the panel other than myself.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That is incorrect, brother. Elder Suntan is a Muslim, whether you believe it or not. You know everything is Muslim, brother La. I'm surprised at you, brother. Whether he believe he is or not, he is a Muslim according to the Muslim religion, brother. The trees are Muslims. Everything is Muslim, brother. You stand to be corrected, man.
What I'm going to say to you, is this. As the saying goes out, trust in Allah, but tie up your camel. Trust in Allah, Aki, and tie up your camel. That's all I'm going to say to you.
Let's go. Yeah.
All right, sa.neter, I think I'm a...
Hold up, son. Let me get to him, man.
Nah. Come on, Apostle. Hold on.
I left because she asked me. I was one of the only ones when she asked for space.
I said, okay. Before you go, Shabazz, my big brother want to talk to you. Calm down, Apostle. Be respectful. Go ahead.
I just want to come in and say, sa.neter, he did leave. I asked the brothers if they would voluntarily give up their spot. And yes, thank you, Zaquan did leave. So I just want to come in and say, vouch for him. He did do that. All right.
Okay. Go ahead, Apostle. And turn down your mic, too. You on mute, Apostle. Unmute yourself if you're talking. Where's Zaquan at? Oh, man. This dude running his mouth. There you go. Go ahead, Zaquan.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. On several occasions, he keeps saying about Allah only sends out one. I don't know why he says that, but Yahawah just don't send out one. Not all the time. Okay? And there's been many times Christ sent out 70. Then Christ sent out 12. Ephesians 4:11, he called pastors, prophets, teachers, evangelists, and apostles to teach the church. This is many diverse ministries working at one time. So you saying he only called one person? That's not true. Even in Moses was the ringleader, but he didn't just call Moses. You had the Levite priests working in the temple, just like with Moses, in association with Moses, leading out with Moses. You had Aaron. Even Moses' sister got a little upset because God will use her from time to time. Miriam. So, but God had to fix her when she challenged Moses. So you're wrong about that when you say he only speaks to one. And to associate the Comforter, the Holy Spirit, that Christ said that he was sent, and in order for the Comforter to come, he must leave. That wasn't another man. That was his spirit. And that spirit came and just didn't rely on one person. It touched thousands of people. Because that's what the spirit does. It affects you, me, Sa, all of us. Just like God is not limited to dealing with just one person, neither is the Holy Spirit.
Hey,
so you were wrong about that, man.
Apostle, why do you think the Qa'ran says, to you be your way and to me be mine? Why do you think it says that?
I don't know, but I was responding to his question.
If we all can get that, we will respect each other's religion. We will. So why do you think it's good? Be your way and to me be mine?
It's a good saying. But what he said was he associated tying in Allah with Yahawah, saying that Yahawah sends only one. He only sent Moses. And I'm telling him that's not true.
All right.
Well, he only sent Joshua.
I got you. Brother Shabazz, thank you, brother, once again for coming on. Go ahead, respond to him, brother.
So when you talking about Moses, when God talked to Moses, Moses didn't want to do it. God told Moses he was going to make Aaron his prophet and he was going to be the God over Aaron. Because no matter who helped Moses, Moses was the one God spoke to face. He didn't speak to Aaron face to face. He didn't speak to them Levite priests. If them Levite priests wanted to do something, they got to make sure is it cool with Moses. When Moses died, God told Joshua, I have not met with none of you face to face like I did with Moses. So what you do is just tell the people what I instructed Moses, because Allah only reveals himself to one. Now, he might help just like with Joshua. He was talking to him, but he still told him, I haven't revealed myself even to you. Right now, I'm talking to you. But it was Moses who I talked to face to face. I ain't talk to you face to face. So whatever you do, you still got to make sure you tell him what I told Moses, because he the one I spoke to face, just like the messenger. Allah spoke to him face to face. So yeah, he had Farrakhan, he had Malcolm X, he had this one, he had that one. They was helping him. But we don't listen to Farrakhan and Malcolm X over the messenger because they didn't meet Allah. So that's my point.
All right. Hey, Brother Herman, you still here, man. I kicked you out because I thought you probably fell asleep or something, man. What's up, Herm?
I'm listening, man. Another banger. You really this is balanced, but I tell you, because to be honest, I never haven't had a chance to watch a full debate in a while. Yeah. I see why Captain emerges victorious. I mean, if you go by the title, what was stated, he stuck to the script, and he's a good presenter. So yeah, he did edge out our brother, but our brother stood on principle and his endurance, man. 4 hours in, and his voice ain't cracked yet. He's so I like his poise, but definitely.
You want me to tell you who I think would be a good debater, but the brother just got to shake the fear. He's up here, Brother La. I don't think nobody would beat Brother La in an Islamic debate, but he just got to shake the fear, or he got to let me manage him. If I manage him, he can shake the fear, man. It's like Tom Thibodeau managing the Knicks right now. He need to let me manage him and turn him into one of the baddest debaters. You see how I made Captain Tazaryach? I done turned Captain into one of the baddest debaters because I was his manager at the beginning. Now look at him. I cut him loose. He chopping off heads now. You see? Chopping off heads. Brother La, you got to shake the fear, brother. let me manage you, and believe me, you will crack a lot of heads. And when I say crack heads, I'm talking about, information wise, not physically. I ain't talking like that. Go ahead, Herman. You finished? Go ahead, Herman.
Well, yeah, and Brother La, I know you have known sa.neter long enough to know that you're the recipient of a cheap psychology, kind of extortion right now. He trying to kind
I
of.
know that. That's why I'm being quiet and I'm not saying a word, bro.
Exactly.
Nah, but see, Herb, see how you just messed that up, brother? I was sincere about that, brother. He just came in and messed that all up. He was thinking about it.
Yeah, but anyway, the brother was laid back, so I figured he knew, but maybe the audience was missing it, so I thought I would just connect the dots. But anyway, before I bounce, this is another banger, sa.neter. Keep putting these out, bringing brothers together that are going to state their positions, but at the conclusion, let's see our commonality. You came in with some bangers too, related to Khalil Muhammad. Khalil Muhammad is the missing link in all of this. How could you have someone more radical than a Minister Farrakhan? And it's like in our lifetime that whole drama of Elijah and Malcolm seemed to play out with Farrakhan and brother Dr. Khalid. So it's just, then to have another young brother still standing on his business with teachings of Elijah Muhammad. It's so reminiscent because, as the brother stated, they got a century of work in the community. And lastly, on that point, they can go at Minister Farrakhan as much as they want to, but 6 decades in, and he's still on the square. And I still listen to some of the messages he leaves, and he's still spitting fire in his 90s, man, in his 90s. So you got to respect that.
Yeah. Thank you, Herm. Anybody else before we break out? Apostle, before we leave?
Yeah.
Can I say something?
There was a brother up here that said that Tazaryach spoke falsely when
about what?
Said that Malcolm X never called out Elijah for pedophilia. Cap was right. Elijah, Malcolm X did speak against it. And that was one of the things. I don't
think he used those words.
But it didn't matter. He said he was involving himself with young girls.
But let me
pedophilia.
Let me tell you what Captain did was wrong. Captain said, well, why would he do that now? Because he fall out with Malcolm. He should have did that when he was in it. But that was Malcolm. Malcolm wasn't faced with that until the ops came in and started whispering in his ears. And I'm talking about Wallace D. Muhammad when he seen Malcolm. When he seen Malcolm and Elijah Muhammad break off, that's when he came and started whispering in his ear, telling him, "Oh, this is what he's doing." So Malcolm didn't know any of that information. And again, brother, those were his wives. They were his wives, and they were over the age. So
no, they were 12 years old, man.
Nah, no, get the hell out of here, man.
Yeah, they were accused of young.
No, they was not.
No, the youngest was reported as 16. That's the youngest.
Well, in the States, that's illegal.
No, it wasn't. Not at that time. It wasn't.
No, it was not.
It was.
The average age in the 30s was 16 and 21-year-old. 16-year-old girls
This
got married
wasn't in the
21-year-old.
30s. This was in the 60s. This was in the 60s, man.
Yo, man.
What are y'all talking about?
It
was the statutory rape.
It was in the look, my mother never got married
at 13.
My mother got married at 15, 14. I know it, but she got married in the 30s. But
you're wrong, Elder Yahawah. You're wrong.
Whoa, how am I wrong?
That's not Yahawah.
There are statutory laws that hadn't changed until
2020. In 19.
Hold on, that's Apostle 7. That's not Elder.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Yeah.
But you're wrong.
Don't tell me in the 60s.
Apostle.
Don't tell me in the 60s it was not illegal to marry a 16-year-old in Chicago.
No, it wasn't.
Man, you go ahead, man, with that.
In some states, it was legal.
I said in Chicago. Specifically.
It wasn't illegal in Chicago. No, it wasn't. Else they would have arrested him with the. If that was the case, he would
What
have got arrested.
state was Elijah in?
Did he get arrested for those allegations?
No. But what state was
then
he in?
it wasn't illegal, Apostle.
It was illegal.
It
Just
was
because
not.
he didn't.
All right, man.
Just
But
it
hold
was
on.
illegal.
I just want to make this before you guys go. I just want to make this statement because Captain Tazaryach kind of minimalized something that Brother Khalil Shabazz says, and I think it needs to be addressed. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he said he just did he kind of tried to equalize what they did in the community to what he did for the community, and what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad did historically for Black Americans is the biggest economic program that we've ever had historically in this country. There's no other organization that's helped the Black community like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad did. Wealth created a infrastructure, economical infrastructure like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So I think that should be noted when he tried to minimize that.
And Apostle, if you want to go to that far, then you got to look at your own, man. Because look at Mary. How old was Mary? How old was Mary when homeboy was here?
Man, you talking 2,000 years ago.
Don't matter now, like you said.
Stop that, man. No, I'm talking 1960.
Yeah, all right.
Crazy. And nobody knows how old Mary was.
Mary was 12 years old.
I mean, my grandfather was bad enough, okay? But then that was in the early 1900s. Like, he was 56 and his wife was 12. So, I mean, that's bad enough.
Okay, let me move on. Let me go to Neil Spite. What up, man? You've been trying to get in. But
no, I had got in earlier. I talked to Khalil and then I had just made a statement. But I wanted to ask you, Sa, if it's possible for you to get, I would love, because I know, I'm out here West Coast Cam.
Yeah.
And he's, I know the energy, but I would love to see Jabari kind of give him some lessons. That'd be beautiful.
Give who lessons?
Cam, because I mean,
Cam don't want to get in the ring with Jabari, man.
At all.
Nah, he don't. He's not gonna do that.
Hold on, Hold on. Jabari and
Why
Cam.
y'all want to do that, man? Why would you do that?
Yo, my man.
All right, Jaquan.
Yo, my man. Hold on, yo. Jabari and Cam are two different people, brother. Two different backgrounds and stuff like that. But I want to let y'all know this. I wasn't going to say this. Y'all seen Pastor Bennett in the chat. Pastor Bennett hit me up and I got that phone call. Pastor Bennett is ready. He's going to let me know Monday who he's going to be calling out. So he will be in the building. I think he got his degree. He's locked in now. He's finished his schooling. And now y'all in trouble again, man. Y'all in trouble. We got the baddest pastor coming back. And Monday you're going to hear from him who he's going to be calling out.
Okay, hey, Sa, real quick. Do you say
it might be Nepal? I don't know. But he's going to be calling out somebody.
Okay. Would you say Cam and Shaka would be a good one?
No.
We need a comedic teacher to go against him, though.
Shaka will kill him.
I know, but it'll help him.
Cam doesn't talk against comedic teachings, though.
Yes, he does. I said on his channel. That's why I've been trying to get him over here so we can give him some information. He goes way again. He kept going around the circle with me about the hair and blacks not coming from Africa. That nation teaching about how they came from Asia and went down there into the jungles of Africa. He got some wild teachers, bro.
Oh, all right.
Well, I'm hitting him up on Instagram, and we're gonna talk about that and the Nation of Islam and their troubled history.
Okay, let me bring in Daniels, man. Daniels, what up, man? Omawali.
Yes, sir, brother. I wanted to address Brother Apostle. What I asked was, okay.
Yeah, he was the one that said it.
Show me a woman that Honorable Malcolm X called the Honorable Elijah Muhammad a pedophile. Show it to me. I'll cash that $50.
He never used those words.
Show me where you say called him a pedophile.
He never used
those words.
He never used those words because back in that day, it wasn't. I said dating underage women, dating underage kids is pedophilia.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna shut this down.
That's called pedophilia.
Listen, brother. If he was a pedophile, he would have got arrested. Okay. Just like they locked him up from starting his own school, he got charged with the delinquency of minors because he started his own school. They would have arrested him. They arrested him for raiding the giraffe. What makes you think they'll let him get away with being a pedophile? Make that make sense.
Understand, dating, marrying, having sex with children is pedophile.
That's a lie, brother.
He had 13-year-old wives.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Prove it.
They were not adults.
Don't come in from hills to hearsay.
They were not adults. Y'all coming up in here, barely born in the 60s.
You ain't got no
like you know. Where were you born? Barely know what the media was talking about at that time.
If you read the material, Apostle, on this subject, you'll find that the youngest girl was reported to be 16 years old, not 12.
And that's still pedophilia. That's still pedophilia. If she is not 18 years old, that is underage.
I agree with that.
In the 60s. In the 1960s.
How you want to cut me off?
All right, peace, y'all.
They would have arrested him.
Yo, one at a time, y'all. One at a time.
They dropped the charges. The sisters that took it to probate court dropped the charges. Okay? And you got to remember, I studied
charges get dropped for many reasons. If they don't feel they can prove it,
they never was charged.
Yo.
Stop that nonsense.
One Wally, sometimes you gotta let Jaquan talk.
I gotta start putting people in the back, man, because y'all wilding out. I'm telling y'all one at a time. Omar Wally is speaking. When he finished, Apostle, you can address it. Go ahead, Omar Wally.
Like I said, I love Malcolm. Okay, one of those sisters that Honorable Muhammad had killed him by, Malcolm was courting. Okay. Her name was Lucille. He was supposed to marry her. Okay? So those sisters were not underage. If that's the case, then you would accuse Malcolm of being a pedophile. Malcolm was courting, was supposed to marry one of those sisters. Okay? So you can't prove. You have no evidence. You got hearsay.
He is right. He's right. I understand you're a Hebrew apostle and you hate Islam and all that other stuff. But Omar Wally is correct. He is right. Get
You're wrong. I guess I don't get a chance to say nothing.
No, go ahead, Apostle.
Yeah, he's wrong. If he married a girl that was not 18 years old, if he got pregnant a girl that was 16 years old, 15 years old, I don't care if she was 17 years old. He committed pedophilia. That's the bottom line. He's not of marriageable age in the 60s.
So did Joseph. Joseph did too.
Yeah, get out of here, man.
Joseph.
That's what I'm saying. That's how ignorant you are about this thing. You're talking about something 2,000 years ago. I tell you, my grandfather should have been locked up. What he did was in like 1911. What he did was in 1911.
Who's calling me?
Neil, listen, stop.
Go ahead, Neil.
Okay, and Zaquan, listen to this. What you're saying is right. One thing you didn't add to that was without the parents' consent, because we know right now in 2025, there's 12-year-olds being married to adults. It's called child marriage in America.
Wow.
Okay, all right. We're gonna move on. 7. Brother Lai, you want to say something before we end the show, brother?
Even with that being said, they can't do that right now legally in law.
I'm telling you.
Even with the parents' consent, they can't do that.
Right. Not to no 12-year-old, not no child marriages.
Wasn't no.
They can have all the. They can do all that kind of with these and
Apostle, you keep lying. She wasn't 12 years old, brother. I don't know why you keep lying.
I'm gonna Google it right now.
No, I was just. He was saying that you can even marry a 12-year-old. That's what he just said. I
How
was
old in
responding to him.
America is child marriages allowed?
He's right. Though there were consent laws as low as 12 years old in South
I know.
Carolina and a lot of other southern states.
Thank you, sir.
I guarantee there's no compilation. There is no compilation until that child get 18 years old. There is no compilation
You
until
can't
that
prove that.
child
You're
get
wrong,
18 years
Apostle.
old.
You're wrong, Apostle.
At least 17.
Nope. That's what makes
There's
it so
no
ugly
compilation.
that we need to fight that in the courts, because that's ugly, because the girls, her body ain't even formed yet, and they've got all kind of bad. But me and Ankh went through this on one of his shows. He was like, "Damn, Neil, you got a point here. We need to do a whole show on this." We never did.
Yeah, we do. If that's the case,
we do.
Because if we not going to stand up for the children, I don't know who the hell y'all going to stand up for.
For real.
We all agree on that.
That's why I got a problem with Orthodox Islam, because Muhammad 14 years ago married a 7-year-old. I think a 9-year-old, 7-year-old, and I agree with that.
A 9-year-old.
Aisha.
Yeah, you talking about the prophet. But that was 1,500 years ago. Yeah, 1,500 years ago. And the United States ain't had no jurisdiction. The United States ain't had no jurisdiction over that.
sa.neter.
Yeah,
it's still pedophilia.
As you already know, sa.neter, and this is a question that happens a lot of times when brothers start mentioning about Aisha and the Prophet Muhammad. And remember, I pulled out on the show showing how the same thing was for the Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah.
And I had to explain it to them in the blue letter when they checked it with numbers, and I showed it where it said Hitab. Hitab in Hebrew is young. Now, this was a law. What the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, made was a choice. This was a direct law from the Elohim to Hebrew.
Spell Hitab. Spell that word, because Amma is young. A young maiden. Amma.
Do you have your
in
keyboard
Hebrew
in front of you? Do you have your apostle? Okay,
I
that
got
being
two
the case,
Hebrew books in front of me.
that being the case, let's go to Numbers. Go to Numbers.
I got this Hebrew book in front of me, and I got my Hebrew dictionary in front of me.
Okay, brother. What I'm asking you to do, brother, is go to go to Numbers, excuse me. Go 18 and work your way to 31. Once you read it, what's the last stop there, baby?
You talking about from 1 to 31?
No, you can go from 20 or 19 and work your way up to
Okay,
31.
you want chapter 18.
Numbers.
Numbers 18.
18 to 31, brother.
So you want me to read chapter 18, verses 18 to 31?
It's actually one where you can read it and it tells you Hitab. You can check it into the blue letter. You can check it and you'll see once you put it up in Hebrew, it says Hitab.
That blue letter's not that Hebrew. That's it's all right. But I'm saying, in young virgin or young woman in Hebrew is Amah. Ahmar or Ahmah. Amah.
So apostle, you read Hebrew?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I write something in Hebrew right now, you'll be able to read it for me?
If it's Paleo Hebrew, yes. I'll be able to read it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Are you okay, Asad? Why he does that about child marriage? I just got a little paragraph. It says nearly 300,000 minors, the vast majority of them girls, were legally married in the United States between 2000 and 2018, according to the 2021 study. Child marriage is defined as any marriage where at least one of the parties is under the age of 18. It was legal in all 50 states until 2018. 10 states have since passed bans to end the practice.
Exactly.
Yeah, 2018?
Yeah, that was the last one. It was legal all over the country.
Damn.
Now, are you going to admit you were wrong, Apostle?
Hey, I'm wrong about that. That's a different thing. I mean, that's barbaric. That should not be allowed.
In a modern
But that don't
society,
mean that don't mean that people did not go to jail.
Yeah.
Or people have not been locked up for messing
In
around
states
with
where it's
underage
illegal, yes.
kids.
Right,
But in the 1960s in Chicago, it was legal.
I don't think so, brother.
16-year-olds, it was.
Go ahead and Google it.
I don't think so. Because that's what
Google
Malcolm
it.
was
That's
so
all you gotta
upset
do. You ain't
about.
gotta argue it. Google it.
Yeah, just
He never
Google
was
it.
arrested.
I think that's what Malcolm was so upset about. Because it wasn't legal.
No, listen, Apostle, please listen to me. Malcolm was upset. His feelings got hurt because he believed he shouldn't have been suspended from the beginning. That's all it was, brother. That's all he did. He ain't get hurt because of Elijah Muhammad was with other girls, brother. So y'all played on that. Y'all made that happen. You see? And y'all. Let me finish, brother. Let me finish. And y'all went for it like some goddamn fools. And that's why the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was cut down and, cut down because the white man in the FBI said we got to degrade him. Y'all act like y'all don't know what the, what's that joint again with the FBI? Come on, y'all. Y'all know
CIA, COINTELPRO,
COINTELPRO. And what the goal was, it was to always we got to shame him in the eyes of the people. We don't want the people looking up to him, and so that's what they came out with, and they used his own son against him. So
well, you remember, Sa? Sa? He didn't believe it at first. He did big investigations. People were telling him, and he was like, "No, that's a lie." And
not
he
only
did
that,
deify.
but
He
not
did
only
deify Honorable Elijah Muhammad too, right?
Let me continue what I was saying. Apostle, you know what's even more crazier? When you still hold on to a book, a Bible that tells you obey your master and condone slavery. Your Bible tells us to condone slavery, knowing what the hell we've been through, being castrated, having our mothers, having their bellies cut open, and the unborn baby taken out of her womb. But your Bible tells us to obey our masters, brother. And you still cling to that book. Not only that, your Bible tells us that it is all right if you see a beautiful young girl and you are on your way to war. Take that girl. Lock her down for 30 days. Shave her head, shave her nails, cut her nails, take off her clothes, and do what you want to do with her. That's more shameful than anything else.
Because you know why?
No. I know it's hurting because you know why? That's the most shameful thing in the world because it's a God telling you to do it.
Woo, Bob.
I'm telling you, it's all right to do that. That's more shameful than anything. Go ahead, I'll let you speak, Apostle.
Your God is telling you it's not wrong to do that if that's what you choose to do. But however, that was a practice that we did in war 3,000 years ago. Nobody's saying do that today.
Where does it say don't do it today?
Right.
I said no one is saying do that today.
So that means if you get in a war
that's
today,
right.
you're gonna do it?
Listen, we're not doing that. We're not stoning today.
Yo, everybody, didn't y'all hear me when I asked Black Jesus Minister? Didn't you hear me when I asked Bukash?
You heard me when you asked me too.
Yes.
You heard when I said what I said.
But
it's the same reason why today we don't stone homosexuals.
All right. Come on.
We're not living under that law of condemnation. I don't have the right to take someone's life.
No, ain't nobody telling you to take nobody's life. We talking about
but I could have took a life back then. I didn't have
When
to
did
take
the law
her home.
change?
What you mean? When did it change?
When did it change?
At the crucifixion.
That's a good question.
The judgment part of the law.
Where's the scripture that it shows that it changed?
Of the law.
Where's the scripture that shows that it changed?
Yeah, where's
the judgment part of the law.
So we can pull it up. Show us.
There's no tabernacle. There's no Leviticus priest to pass these judgments that I can go to. I have no court to go into to bring another witness in the way it needs to be done, appropriate way, These things need to be adjudicated. Period. That tells me why.
All right.
I understand y'all slow.
Yeah.
So you don't have no
So
scripture.
I gotta hand feed it to you.
All right,
slow.
Hold on, Apostle. Hold on. All right, everybody. I need y'all to go to sa.neter Studios. That's where this conversation will be finished up. I'm ending it over here. They go to the link. I'm throwing the link inside the chat. Go to sa.neter Studios, and we're gonna finish this conversation. I'm ending it over here. The link is in the chat.
This was a great build. Great build.
Thank you. Peace. Peace to the family. All right, peace. I'm getting out of here.
Peace. The link is in the chat, y'all, because it's gonna be too long over here.
Peace and Pan-Africanism. Peace and Pan-Africanism. Peace and Pan-Africanism.
All right. Peace.